Public. It is Tuesday, January 21st, and I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Policy and Strategy Committee. And first, by acknowledging that this meeting is in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Councillor Oikle.
I have to declare a conflict of interest for number 9.4.1 on today's agenda.
Perfect. Thank you. Are there any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? I'd like to remind those who might be visiting our council chambers for the first time that our public washrooms are located outside the doors in the back and to the left. We'll move on to public input. Public input is one of several opportunities for the public to engage with council. Residents are welcome to use the public input portion of the meeting to share their thoughts with the council on municipal topics that are important to them. We ask that all statements be respectful of other members of the public, staff, and council. We ask that you provide your name and civic address. If you have a question or concern that you would like to have addressed, then we ask that you provide your email address so that we can contact you regarding your question or comment. The chair will respond to questions that can easily be answered. It is at the discretion of the chair to make this determination. If your question or concern cannot be answered by the chair, then it will be handled as follows. We will email you with an answer to your question or a response to your concern. We may also contact you to get additional information or further clarification on the matter to assist us in responding. We will require that you provide your email address so that we respond to the issue. We will also provide a summary of answers and responses at a future council meeting under business arising from the minutes, and this will form part of the public record. In this way, we will provide the answers or responses to not only the resident that brought them to our attention, but to all residents of MODL. The resident that asked the question or brought forward the concern will be advised when their matter is being addressed at council. Statements, questions related to personnel or operations can be emailed to the Chief Administration Officer, Tom McEwen. There are 15 minutes allocated for public input today, which are shared between the speakers. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak today. Okay. So we have four people wishing to speak today, which will be approximately 4 minutes for each to speak. When you come to the podium, please raise or lower as needed to reach the microphone and move it closer to your mouth for clarification. Please identify your name and community in which you live and your email address if you would like to respond to your question. There is a piece of paper up there that you can write down your email address. So, who would like to go first? Feel free to just step up to the podium. And this is public input. Yeah.
Ridge into Bridgewater. Because they're going from Victoria Ridge down to the railroad tracks in Bridgewater, across the bridge, and then coming up here. The other thing that I want to talk about is there's talks about buses. One question is, why are these buses not capable to carry mobility scooters? So that's one point. If you guys are going to purchase one or two buses, gasoline or diesel, not an 800,000 electric bus, make sure that they can carry a mobility scooter. Another point is, on the buses is, you know, if you guys plan on buying buses, where are you going to keep them? Right now, we've got the Wildville Fire Department, the old station, that is a perfect opportunity that's already built with 2 full-size garages, and it's right at the end of the planned transportation route to store buses. We don't have to go out and build a $3 million facility right now or ever, when we have a facility right at the end of the bus route that can carry, you know, however many buses you want. We can fit 3, 4, whatever, and it's right at the end. You can build a bus stop at Victoria Ridge, and they can do the route up through New Germany, wherever you plan on setting out the route. Now, looking at the agenda, there's a couple things that I want to talk about. Staff has only one option given for garbage cans, and that option is a $3,175 garbage can from Ontario. That's not acceptable in my opinion. The LCLC has fabricated garbage cans that were built by ABCO. So why that isn't an option on here that staff has presented you, I'm not sure. You know, we've got to try and purchase stuff local and not abroad. All tax dollars that are spent in modal, typically about 70%, I believe, stays in modal. And there's a dozen fabrication shops around here that can slap together some garbage cans. The other note I saw in the agenda was $28,000 for a swing platform, which includes 5 logs, 2 pieces of chain, and a swing, which is supposed to be the staple for all modal parks. I just see there's one option for that. I don't know, someone must be able to come up with a new swing set. You know, I'm in the forestry business and cutting and trimming trees, and, you know, $28,000 for 5 pieces of wood seems a little ridiculous. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Hilleman. And just for council's information, the agenda, I think you're referring to, is on Thursdays, but you're speaking today about it.
Yes.
Just so that council is aware when we have.
The active transportation.
Exactly. That'll come before us on Thursday,
Yeah.
but without there being a public input section on that agenda,
Yeah.
it was good to hear you today.
And I won't be around, so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Not everybody at once. Welcome. Please state your name and the community in which you live.
Morning, everyone. Jim Eisenhower, and live in Second Peninsula. Thank you for receiving us today. I'm here to talk about the cluster development land use bylaws. Unfortunately, I think this is about my 5th or 6th time in front of council here on this subject, and I was disgusted is a strong term, but disgusted to learn last week that we're at square one on this again. Did you ever hear the term, time is of the essence? Every time we've been here, we've been trying to explain to council that time is of the essence, move this forward. The target, I think, was the end of 2023. It got stretched into first half of 2024, and then it got stretched to not later than the election. And here we are back at square one because somehow you missed a 125 or 50 day, 50 I guess it was, day time clock. That's unacceptable. as I said to the mayor earlier before the meeting, when you're trying to regulate business, you've got to move at least at the speed of business, and this is not it. So the plea is really to get this moving, and the way to move it is through dealing with it alone, not part of this omnibus bill of 2040, where it gets lost in the milieu again. At least by introducing it in first reading, you get some sort of control over the situation. This is too late for the development in Second Peninsula. I understand that. But have any of you been down there? Have you just sort of visualized what that development will look like in the neighborhood with the proposed 23 units there? Have any of you driven past Little Hook out in Corcombs Island? That's the worst example of what can happen. You should be ashamed that we have that in this municipality. Developers would love to take the opportunity of the open window to do these sorts of things. So, you know, our plea, and it's, like I say, it's too late for Second Peninsula. This argument from the folks in Second Peninsula was never against development. It was always in support of appropriate development. It was never just about the Second Peninsula project. It was about cluster development, Bearland condominium developments in the municipality. The municipality has failed over the last 2.5 years or more to do anything about it. It's a free-for-all. And it will continue to be if you let it happen. So my argument, my plea to you today is make the recommendation to council to move the cluster development land use bylaw ahead as a standalone. You can do it quickly because it's all prepared. If you find that what you do there doesn't fit or can better deal as you move forward with the 2040 initiative, you can always amend it. You can always amend it. We've always argued that the land use bylaw is better to be tight and amend it by development agreement than it is to be loose and let the developers through. Thank you very much, and good luck with your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenhower, and I encourage you to stay as we will be addressing cluster developments in this agenda package today. Next speaker, please.
My name is Duncan Crowdis. I'm also on the Second Peninsula and would like to talk to you about the cluster development process. When this all started 2.5 years ago, quite frankly, I didn't have a lot of expectations that we were going to see a lot of movement from a government body. And we were pleasantly surprised that this council at that time took it on and started to move forward, seemed to understand the risks that were there and move forward. And we were all pleased, as Jim had indicated. You know, we expected and anticipated something to happen before the end of that year, and then, you know, we see what's happened over the past 1.5 years, and quite frankly, and I know it's a new council now, at least in some parts, but it kind of reinforced our view back in 2023 that, you know, expecting expedient decision-making and discussions from a council such as this was more than we could have expected. And that's a shame, and I'm sure that you all feel that that is not what you signed up for when you ran for this election. My encouragement is to do whatever. I know you're going to discuss the possibility of moving forward, as Jim has recommended, or roll it into the Modal 2040 discussions. Strong counsel to do it as quickly as you can, whatever that means. A strategic plan like Modal 2040 is out of date on day 2. It's got to be a dynamic document. It's got to be a dynamic process. And just because you don't roll into that doesn't mean that you can't accommodate whatever you come up with in the discussions when you do start to nail down the 2040 plan. So again, I encourage you to do it whatever you have to do as quickly as possible. we keep on hearing the idealistic view over what a Bearland condominium is designed to do, and quite frankly, our experience is that the developers, while they may understand that, that's not what they're in there for. They'll do whatever they can do to take advantage of the lack of regulation and structure and to their own economic benefit, and that's exactly what's happening on the Second Peninsula. It's exactly what happened with Little Hook and off Corcombs Island. So again, please move quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowdis. And again, I encourage you to stay for the discussion on cluster development. And our last speaker, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Morgan McDonald. I'm from Crowstown. I'm also the Managing Director of Sumac Development Limited. The last two speakers I agree with, that we need regulation for development, and I'm not here to advocate for the removal of regulation around cluster developments. I feel that the engaging of staff with with industry and with local groups has been excellent. Our group has been advocating for a locally managed industry of independent residential carpenters building affordable housing. Our focus is we're a social enterprise. We're focused on trying to tap into provincial and federal affordable housing money and bringing it to the community and creating units that are truly affordable for our region. It's complicated, and there are many overlapping and different needs for these programs. One of them is that the provincial and federal programs require 5 units on a given piece of land in order to qualify. And as you know, the zoning in most of our towns and municipalities of density, so towns and villages, generally do not allow developments of 3 or more without a development agreement. And the development agreement process is a slow and expensive process. So modal is in an interesting position to really build affordable housing in a way that many other areas aren't. And your zoning around the unzoned areas, that includes some overlapping aspects of the cluster development, I think are very reasonable. And the 5 to 9 units on a shared driveway that have the ability for turning radius for emergency vehicles and different things like that seems like an appropriate solution to affordable housing that isn't of a scale that changes the dynamics of a community, but is of that scale that allows us to tap into federal and provincial money, and also that you get an economy of scale to allow the building to be of a reasonable cost. And so some of the aspects of building around bonds for building driveways and small roads into residential complexes, and when different monies are needed in order to proceed through the process of getting a development permit. By looking at some of those, the sequences and when those monies are due can really be the difference between having housing that's being built by very large multi-million-dollar companies who can float that money for a long period of time, or with more flexibilities and a bit of support from the municipality, you could have housing that's more affordable, that's built more quickly, and is of a scale that sort of matches the communities that they're in. So I would encourage municipal staff. I'm happy to, I've been working on this for 2.5 years. We are advocating not just for our own business, we're just 2 people, but we're really advocating for an industry, a shift in thinking about affordable housing for rural Canada. It's not just an issue here, it's an issue basically in all urban, rural, and rural areas of Canada, that many of these programs are not appropriate or have not been made streamlined to work in our communities. But we have just as much housing need as any other place. So I would encourage you to, I'm happy to speak with any of you about the things that we've found. We are not looking to have any kind of proprietary information about this. The demand for projections for the province are in the tens of thousands of houses and multi-units in a number of years. So we feel like the more the merrier. We want to build an industry of locally owned independent businesses building affordable housing, tapping into this federal and provincial money and bringing it into our communities. I just want you to keep that in context while you're looking at zoning of having that carve out, that there is a difference between developers who are building high-end, very expensive, very dense community without, or very dense properties without any community input, and independent groups who are trying to find ways to work with our local nonprofits and charities to build housing that meets their needs and also that can be rented to the general public and that's publicly available and just put on the market. So please keep that in context. Everything is changing so quickly. Just recently, the federal government, I just made GST, HST, they've waived it on properties, but it's only for if you have 4 units under one roof. They will waive the GST cost, the entire HST and GST cost of that build, which is significant. But some of the zoning that we've talked about was a duplex and triplex on a shared driveway. So there's changes that are happening that seem minute, but the changes that we make in zoned areas have significant impacts on our ability to build housing that the community wants. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Given that so much of our public input was centered around cluster development regulations, and this is not due to come forward to later in the day, we will move that up following our presentation to allow folks to be able to listen to that. But I also encourage you to stay all day, as there is a lot on the agenda you might be interested in. Are there any changes or approval to the agenda? Hearing none, can I get an approval for the agenda? Councillor Bell, is there a seconder? Councillor Hubley, all those in favor? Agenda is approved. Approval of the minutes of November 19th, 2024. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. There is no business arising from the minutes. We will move down to presentations, and we have South Shore Public Libraries, Ashley Nunn Smith, CEO and Chief Librarians. Welcome to Council today.
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Ashley Nunn Smith. I'm here to present just a few highlights of the work that we've been doing at the South Shore Public Libraries. Welcome to our new counselors. The last time I was here was a couple years ago, so the returning faces are familiar. Both of these photos are from the Margaret Henniger Library located in Bridgewater. And so whether it's coming in to view local art on display or just coming in out of the cold to browse a newspaper, I wanted to highlight how there really is something for everyone at our libraries. Of the 9 regional libraries in the province, this is a chart of the weekly open hours per location. South Shore Public Libraries is there in 4th place with an average of 33.9 hours. The Margaret Henniger Library is open 56 hours a week, and the library in Greenfield is open 10 hours a week. So we have a wide range of services depending on the demand in the community. In terms of in-person visits per open hour, again, we're in 4th place with over 18 people visiting on average every hour. In terms of a branch comparison, the Bridgewater location is by far the busiest with over half of our in-person visits and circulation. And although it's located in the town boundaries, more than half of those users and card holders do live in the district of Lunenburg, not inside the town. Some of the types of library services we offer are core services of board books, picture books, toys, and games help build kids up for success in school and beyond. Multiple studies show that reading together as a family is still the best way to support that. As well, our programs and crafts. The photo on the right there is of our new play kitchen that we got through a food literacy grant. Really help install a love of self-driven learning and that association with narrative and imagination. In terms of our program attendance, we have recovered to pre-pandemic levels. We offered over 2,000 programs in the last fiscal year and over 13,000 folks attended. As well, the study and workspace that the libraries offer are really valuable for those who study or work from home. The rise of remote work has seen, especially in Bridgewater, there's often not a chair available. There are folks who come in and stay all day. It's a weather-controlled space. You don't have to buy a coffee every 20 minutes to be allowed to stay. Our Wi-Fi connections and computer terminals and printing, photocopying really help address that digital divide for folks that might not have that access at home. And we are also seeing a rise of something that's been more common in urban centers is individuals that are experiencing homelessness coming in and staying in the library. There's washroom access. They can even catch up on sleep in a safe space where they feel welcome and comfortable. Our same page catalog is a shared catalog between the 8 regional library systems, Halifax being the only exception. There's more than 1 million items to borrow. And it launched, it's 3 years old this month. And since its launch, we have seen an increase of nearly 13 times more material being shipped between the branches. So pre-same page, a 5-year average before the pandemic was about 37,000 items would be shipped between the 8 regions in the province, rather. And in 2023, this figure reached more than 500,000 items. So that's with the same staffing complement, the same physical layout, the same budgets. So it's an increase of almost 13 times more material. Our physical and digital borrowing have both well exceeded pre-pandemic levels. In 2019, we circulated 251,000 items, physical items, books, magazines, audiobooks, DVDs, and this past fiscal year, there were over 348,000, so it's almost 100,000 more items. As well, the digital collections, so that's digital magazines, ebooks, audiobooks, over 55,000 items. And so that does also come with a staff cost. A lot of the individuals come in with their tablets or their phones and want tech help. They're not sure how to set up the app or they need help with their password, so that's not without staff intervention as well. Our bookmobile, we got a new vehicle in 2021. It has 18 regular stops. The stops in the District of Lunenburg are in Bars Corner, New Germany, Broad Cove, Petite, and Pence. And the in-person visits and circulation do remain really high on the bookmobile, as does the public sentiment. It's really got a great community feel. And the operational costs of a vehicle, as we all know, if we have a personal vehicle, are high. We just had some big mechanical work done with the generator and so on, but they are lower than operating anything approaching a similar number of brick and mortar locations to reach that geographic spread. Just some other services we offered. We've distributed over 2 million rapid tests since 2021. We help folks with virtual health appointments, and we have an award-winning program called Caring Calls, where one of our wonderful staff, Marilyn, has a regular rota of staff that she calls, of customers that she calls every week just to check up on them. It helps fight isolation and loneliness. In terms of our spending, we, in the past fiscal year, spent $30.64 per resident, so that puts us at the low end of the chart here in the province. On the other hand, for our collection spending, we spent almost $7 per resident on the collection, and that's the highest in the province last fiscal year. So that's to keep the collection relevant and up to date, and keep those titles that people are looking for. And I think that the results show that that's a positive thing that we're doing because our annual borrowing per capita is in 3rd place with over 6 items borrowed per resident. And the way that we do that is by finding as many efficiencies as we can to keep administrative and other costs low and put more money back into the collection. A few highlights from this past year. Our programs encourage people to get active, to get outdoors, to learn new skills. You can try some snowshoes or test drive an electric vehicle. Our Pride programming was the biggest year yet. So we had the bookmobile and the Pride Parade in Bridgewater. We had Reading with Royalty at 3 of our branches, including the first ever in Queens County. We had a Truth and Reconciliation event at the Bridgewater Library on September 28th. There were more than 80 in attendance. We unveiled our new Pagelsi welcome signs, and that has traditional place names in our 2 counties of our branches and our bookmobile stops, so recognizing the land that we operate our libraries. We showed the short film Magit's Doll, and we led children in making their own rag dolls. And it's in your package. I won't read the whole quote, but there was a wonderful comment shared to our social media by a parent of a 4-year-old that slept with her doll that night. We had a food literacy grant from the provincial government this past year, so we had hands-on cooking demonstrations, keeping the barriers low. It was basic items like muffins and soups and tea biscuits, and like all our programs, there was no cost to attend, so it also provided free food. Some of the individuals experiencing homelessness that I mentioned earlier did come to the tea biscuit program. That's the bottom left photo, which was a wonderful way to share that free food. And we also had soup on the bookmobile, which is the bottom photo on the right. Our Lunenburg Lit Fest, the 9th annual festival, was this past November, and that brings international best-selling authors together with local authors in a really intimate setting, so it enables really meaningful audience engagement with the guests. As well, we did a marketing audit through a grant that we got from CCTH, and we contracted Shortstop Marketing to engage the public. They did a survey and interviews, and there was overwhelming positive sentiment, particularly in the areas of our helpful staff, the bookmobile, and the sense of welcome and inclusion that people feel. And the obstacles or the requests that people had were for more hours, more quiet space, more programs, upgraded technology, and more health and social service supports. And this is a sign that we got installed on the LCLC, so we've been there for 12 years, and now people can actually know from the outside that we're there. That was also through the grant. So what's next for the library? The library funding formula is governed by the Nova Scotia Libraries Act. Currently, our funding is approximately 70% provincial, 27% municipal, and 3% self-generated through donations and fundraising. There was no funding formula in place for about 17 years. There were sporadic increases for a few of those years, and then for 10 years, there were no increases at all. The current funding formula was put in place in 2021, and then it stayed consistent throughout the 5-year period. Yet public libraries continue to evolve and expand. As you saw in the slides, the physical material continues to grow, so it's not being replaced by digital or any other services. So we're just building on those services with new services like helping people with the Maple Health app, but we're doing that with the same amount of funding. As well, over those 5 years, there was rising inflation and cost of living, so our operational costs were going up at the same time that our funding stayed the same. The Library Funding Review Committee met over the spring and summer of 2024, and those recommendations are currently before the provincial government. This slide is from a report done by the Canadian Urban Institute. It's called Overdue, The Case for Canada's Public Libraries. It's a wonderful report with lots of really fascinating and well-done research. It's about 82 pages long, and the link is there if you're interested, but this slide I thought was particularly compelling. It shows the difference between the rise in demand over a 10-year period and the change in funding. And so the demand, of course, in the white there is far outstrips the change in the funding. Here on the South Shore, we have the lowest full-time staff equivalent in the province. We have the equivalent of 17 full-time positions. In fact, we have 34 staff, a mix of full-time and part-time. And I want you to keep this slide in mind. Eastern Counties is about the same staff as ours, and Colchester East Hants has over 30 FTE. On the other hand, when you look at some of those key performance indicators, and the regions are in the same order on this slide for comparison, so you can see that South Shore Public Libraries, compared to Eastern Counties with a similar number of staff, their in-person visits are 18%, their circulation is 27, I think, and the program attendance about 14% of what we're doing here on the South Shore with a similar number of staff. This is another way to look at the same information. The number of residents served per staff member is the highest here on the South Shore with over 3,000 residents per staff member, and as well the items checked out is over 20,000. So that's more than double what they're doing in Halifax or Colchester East Hants. So just things like the risk of repetitive strain injuries has really, that risk has increased for our staff here on the South Shore. That's 20,000 items on average checked out per staff every year. This is a comparison from the Library Funding Review Committee. So this was an independent analysis done by Essential HR, and the navy is the hourly wage for public libraries in the rest of Canada, and in orange is the Nova Scotia hourly wage. It's the 75th percentile, because of course salaries are usually a range, so this is a benchmarking comparison. And the gap widens as you move up through supervisor, for example, is almost twice as much as what they would make here in Nova Scotia. These are some local examples. So province of Nova Scotia, a manager in, say, a recreation or an environmental works department, a teacher, a technician at the Nova Scotia Community College, so just comparing those wages. So in summary, the South Shore Public Libraries, we continue to serve as the heart of our communities. The marketing audit reinforced that. We're very valued, celebrating reading, discovery, learning, and sharing. Our level of public trust is very high, that positive sentiment and for our brand and our services. Our circulation, our visits, our program attendance, they continue to rise year over year. And in that report that I shared the link to, and this has been shown in other research as well, that every dollar invested in public libraries translates to $6 in economic and social capital in the community. The public expects our services to grow. As we saw, there's requests for more hours, more space, and more staff would mean that more opportunity for technology help, programs, and support. And our staff turnover is quite high compared to similar public fields like early childhood educators, for example. Staff are reporting that they can no longer afford to work for the library or are leaving for other industries. And the funding formula is currently before the government. So I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And boy, libraries have come a long way since I was a kid. It's now a community hub and not the space where you're told to shh.
Yes, absolutely. When I was in library school a few decades ago, we talked about libraries evolving, but as I was preparing this presentation, I thought it's actually more to the truth that we build, because we haven't left behind those core services. As you can see, there's still more and more demand for books, even DVDs. Not everyone has high-speed internet to stream, right? So those core services are still in place, but we're just adding more and more on top of that. Now we're in the sphere of food literacy, digital literacy, all of those places as well.
Absolutely. I'll open the floor for questions, and first I have Councillor Moore.
Thank you for your presentation. Are you still offering the rapid test to the public?
We are. So we are one of, I think, 2 or 3 regions that are continuing. So over the summer, the Department of Health took a step back and wasn't offering them to libraries anymore or MLA offices. And when they came back in October, when they came back to the table, they said, we can still offer them, but because they aren't there's no money from the federal government anymore, the supply is going to be a lot less. And so some regions, some libraries said, if it's sporadic, that's not fair to our staff, and to say, okay, we have them today, we don't tomorrow, that's just a lot of intervention. And I asked our staff, and I felt the same way, if I don't want to rush at the door and people like fighting and grabbing over them, but our staff said it's better to have some than none. And so when I actually asked the staff that work on the front desk, they said, yes, we should continue to have them. Some is better than none. And so I think that in itself is a testament to how much our staff care, and they want to be there for the public. And so I haven't seen that rush on the door that I was worried about. So we do still have them. If anyone is going, especially if they're only coming in for the tests or they're coming from a long way, they can always give us a call to see if we have any that day.
Thank you.
Councillor Oikel.
Well, thank you very much. I love the library. I volunteer at the library, and I go to a lot of programs, not so much programs at the library at the LCLC, but in Lunenburg. So it's really nice that they're all kind of joined together, and you have that booklet for all of them, right?
Yeah.
The library is a wonderful, wonderful place, and I really do enjoy it. And it's not, as you said, the core programs that I do. I don't go regularly borrow books. But I do read. I just don't borrow books from the library. But it's the programs. It's the programs. Thank you so much for those programs.
I'm sometimes in the office when you're having your the writers group that you lead, and any of the programs that are happening, no matter which library I'm working out of that day, just I like overhearing the joy of the participants and the real sense of community that people feel when they're at the programs. Absolutely.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you. Also, I agree with Councillor Royko. Love the library and all the programming that happens there. I would just like to hear your opinion on the physical space of the Margaret Henniger Library, if you feel that's adequate now, if you feel like that's adequate going into the future.
Yeah, I think it was too small the day it opened, given the size of the community and how even when it first opened, the usage stats, it's definitely not large enough anymore. And we're in the process of opening a new library in Liverpool. So we've been through this process pretty recently with the Region of Queens. And I know that it can be intimidating, I think, for a council to figure out how are we going to find the money to build a library. In talking to my colleagues throughout the province, the Pictou Library is a really great example. It just opened in the same building as the DeCoste Performing Arts Center, and I was talking to my colleague, the library CEO, Eric Stackhouse, for Pictou Antigonish region, and he shared with me where the money came from. And of the $16 million build, there was $4 million from ACOA and $5 million from the province, and from the Federal Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and just all of these amounts. And then the municipal contribution, which was split between the county and the town, was less than $1 million. And so, not that that's no money, but there are lots of sources to get funding. There's infrastructure grants, and so all that to say, yes, I would love to see a new library for this area. As I said, there's often not a chair to be found. As well, we only have the one program room that's at the back. Our new Liverpool library has 5 different programming spaces of different sizes. There's a kitchen, there's 2 programming rooms side by side with a soundproof folding wall so that you can make it into one large space. There's a teen room, so just lots of things that we're going to be able to offer in that space that we can't. I know some Wednesday evenings in Bridgewater, the chess club is meeting in the middle, and the South Shore Scribes are meeting in the program room, and if we ever wanted to offer something else, there's not the space. We can sometimes use some of the rooms in the LCLC, but they're also in high demand. So we would definitely be able to do more with more space.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. In your presentation, you briefly touched on a topic where an individual was making phone calls to seniors, maybe?
Yes, yeah.
Is this a program that people can register for? And what is the official name of the program?
The program is called Caring Calls. It started during the pandemic. Our libraries were shut down, and we did, once we were allowed, offer curbside pickup, but we were thinking, there are a lot of regulars that the staff know and see every week, and so we thought it'd be nice to just reach out to them and see how they're doing. We didn't know how it would be perceived. No one likes cold calls from marketers or Bell or any of those other, someone trying to sell something, but from the library, it was really well received. People liked it, and so we kept it going even after our libraries were open again. It was originally through a United Way grant. Now it's just part of our operating budget. Yet another example of how we're building our services, and it's all coming out of the same pool of money. And in terms of registration, that's a great question. I know that the program does have regular people, but as well, we kind of are working our way through our customer database. But I would say that if someone called the Bridgewater Library or emailed us, bridgewater@ssplibraries.ca, we could get your name on the list, get someone's name on the list. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks for the presentation. As a writer, I have always loved the library and appreciated the support for the local literary community over the years. But the question I wanted to ask was about the bookmobile. I live in a part of the municipality that's, we're about a half-hour drive at least from a library. And the bookmobile is essential, for creating that space for literacy in the community. And I just, I loved to see that soup program on the bookmobile. And I've often thought about, is there more room to partner the bookmobile with community organizations so that it becomes even more of a destination maybe, where a community group who's having a tea, the bookmobile could show up there, that kind of thing. But I guess I just want to hear, like, is there a vision for kind of expanding the bookmobile beyond the, you know, the physical
Right.
books and stuff that are available on board?
Yeah, I think there is opportunity there. It would come back to, again, operational costs. So our current bookmobile's schedule is full. It is on the road Tuesday through Saturday. So the weekend for that staff is Sunday and Monday. And I think we had our old bookmobile vehicle we had hoped to use in that way, and we did for a little while. We had it at the Aspetogan Heritage Trust. We had it at Bridgewater Junior High, actually. That was a great stop. It was parked there for a month. Unfortunately, the body started to rust, and we did try to fix it, but it wasn't viable, wasn't roadworthy anymore. Some regions do what you're talking about, a similar type of outreach with like an outreach van, for example. So you could bring bins of books and you could bring a laptop to check things out without having necessarily a vehicle the size and cost of the bookmobile. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it would come back to funding. Yeah.
Councillor Brooks.
I'm just curious, as you expand your social services and you become more and more known as a place that's receptive to people experiencing homelessness, is there potential for that to overwhelm the core mission of the library and to perhaps diminish the other experiences of library goers?
Yeah, good question. I think that I would return it with a rhetorical question. What is the core service of the library? Our mission is to support reading, discovery, learning, and sharing. And so I think that applies to anyone. You could be sharing a coffee with a friend, and that's part of the mission of the library. You could be reading a newspaper. And so I think that all of our users are equally welcome in our spaces, and that we mitigate any issues. I was at a meeting of myself and my counterparts across the province at the newly renovated Keshin Goodman Library this past fall, and our meeting spanned the lunch hour when about 500 high school students come into the library for their lunch hour. And so they used to have quite a bit of, someone's there trying to work, or a senior's reading, and then suddenly 500 teenagers descend on the library. The teenagers aren't any less welcome as customers, but it created conflicts in the needs of the users. And so what they did with the renovation is they were intentional about it. They knew that 300 to 500 high schoolers are going to descend on maybe it's not 500, but let's say 150. It seemed like a lot. They planned for that. So they had teen spaces that were, you can do things with acoustic panels that made it seem a lot quieter. They had a teen gaming room. And so whatever push and pull you're getting by your different user groups, there's a way to be intentional about that. So if you have a mix of noisy spaces for the kids, again, in Bridgewater, the middle photo there is of the babies, and that kid space is right in front of the front desk. So when they're there and they're in there and they're being like wonderful and noisy, it can be hard for someone at the desk to hear a customer question. And so a better design would be to not have the children's area right in front of the desk. And so with more space and more services, like you said, social services, having someone that's trained in social work, for example, they can help mitigate any of that tension that you might feel between the different user groups. So libraries, one of our staff's sons works in a library system out west, and in the past week they had 10 opioid overdoses in a week. And so in those situations, you make sure our staff are trained in delivering naloxone, but you make sure that there's even more support and that there's, like post-trauma responses and debriefings. And so whatever social issues your library is facing, you support your staff, and you support with the built environment as well. So having having washrooms that, you maybe even have a washroom with a shower, so that folks aren't trying to, like shave and shower at the sink. So I think there are ways, libraries that have been dealing with those perhaps more urban issues, we can learn from them and we can adapt.
So would you anticipate coming back to council at a time to ask for increased funding so that you can expand those social services that are not what I would call the core services of the library? I worked for Halifax Public Libraries, and then I was in Ontario for 5 years. And in Ontario, it is a much more one-to-one municipal library ratio. So I did come before council and make funding requests. Here in Nova Scotia, it's entirely handled by the funding formula. And so I think that the work that the funding formula did was excellent, the review committee, and now it's up to it'll be up to the provincial government to decide what that formula will be, and the committee did give different scenarios of this would be the core funding that we currently have, but adjusted for inflation. And then this would be a way to improve equity. And then this scenario would be a way to be strategic about it. And so I know which one I'm hoping they'll go for, but if we do want to really be strategic about how we fund our libraries, how we enable libraries to provide those health and social services so that they can support all users of the library, that it won't be up to me. So no, I don't anticipate coming before council for an operational funding request. I think Councillor Reinhardt's question about the physical space, I think that's a conversation that we could have about how we can expand the physical envelope, the capital of the library. So yes and no, not for operational costs. That'll be determined by the funding formula. And I don't have a timeline for that either, in terms of, I know we just had a provincial election as well, so I don't know when they will make that determination.
A question that I had, which kind of leads off of what you were just saying, how much square footage would be ideal? What do you have now, and what do you anticipate would work?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'd like to take that away and crunch some numbers, and I can email council.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
I think my question was answered. It was around the funding formula, and I think you made reference that your submission had been in last year?
Yes, they met throughout there was a committee. There were representatives from municipalities, from board members, from the province, from library staff, and so that committee met throughout the spring and the summer. I think their last meeting was August or September-ish. And then they pass the recommendations forward to the government.
So you don't have an anticipated time?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Geelong.
Yeah, thank you. I love the library as well. We've all said it. Yeah, just if there were to be a new physical space, do you have any thoughts on where that might be?
I think there is a lot of positive serendipity of having it in a space like the LCLC, because you can have one kid in swimming lessons and you bring the other into the library. That kind of discovery, having the cafe there is wonderful, because if you are staying all day, you need caffeine and so on, and food. So I think a community consultation and feasibility study and so on would need to be done. I'm not advocating for or against that space. I do think that there's a lot of synergies in being in a space like that, so it could be there or somewhere else.
I don't have any more speakers, so I want to thank you for your presentation and answering what I think is the most engaging question and answering session we've had in quite some time. So thank you for that, and we look forward to seeing and hearing all the good things to come.
Yeah, a library is an easy thing to get behind, so it's always fun to talk about. I could be here all day. Thank you.
Moving on with the agenda, we do not have any staff reports, so we are going to move down. Oh, sorry, we do have lots of staff reports. We're trying to get rid of them. We are going to move up 9.4.1 cluster developments, and Councillor Oikel has declared a conflict of interest and will remove herself from the table. Our planner one, Jacob McPherson, is the staff person going to present. And in light of, while they get set up for that, we will take a quick 5-minute break. Ahead of that, I'm going to remove myself as chair for this discussion. I feel I have several comments to make, and in respect for my colleagues around the table, I'll put myself back amongst you folks. Our vice chair as well would like to participate heavily in the discussion, so Mayor McLean-Weil will take this item when we return. welcome back, and we're going to continue with 9.4.1. Before I can remove myself as chair, there does need to be a motion to allow the mayor to take the chair for the discussion on cluster developments. Approved by Councillor Burns, seconded by Councillor DeLong. All those in favor? Motion carried.
All right, we'll proceed on. Mr. McPherson, are you taking us through this report?
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Could I just get my presentation up on the screen, if possible? Thank you. All right. So today's topic for planning is cluster development. This is a planning project that started back in July of 2023, and some of you are already familiar with it, and for some, you've just been introduced to planning recently. So I'll get out of the way that it's a pretty dense topic. There's a lot of explaining that needs to happen before we can really have a full discussion about the implications of these regulations and the evolution that they've seen over time and where they could go from here. So we're going to be starting with a bit of a crash course on what cluster development is. Certainly not the first time that I'm given it, but I'm happy to do it again. And as I explain it, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll be looking around for hands because, as I mentioned, there's a little bit to go through. And the way that I'm going to be starting is with the definition. So this is the definition that has been used in the regulations that were developed and presented to council for first reading. And so the purpose of a definition is that if you're developing something and it meets the criteria of this definition, okay, now it's a cluster development and it needs to be considered through the regulations of this project. And so it's 4 parts, and I'm going to read them through here and then break them down as we go. The first part is 6 or more dwelling units contained in 2 or more dwellings on a single lot. Part 2 is that is partly or entirely unserviced by municipal water and sewer. Part 3 says, including new phases or units in a phased development condominium with 6 or more dwelling units overall. And finally, part 4 says, a recreational vehicle parking site is not considered a cluster development. So we're going to start with number 1. And this is the first part of number 1. So it's that stuff that's highlighted in cyan here. So it says 6 or more dwelling units contained in 2 or more dwellings. So the first thing to explain is, okay, well, what's a dwelling unit? What's a dwelling? A dwelling unit is a room or rooms where somebody or a single family unit might live. So it basically constitutes one household. So, you know, it's got a kitchen, it's got bedrooms. You might have another unit attached, all in the same building, which is where we get into the distinction of what a dwelling is. So a dwelling is a full building. So you can just count the number of buildings on your lot, and that's how you know how many dwellings you have. So as an example, here we've got one lot, and it's got 6 single-family homes on it. So it's got 6 units, because 6 families or 6 people could live there. It's got 6 dwelling units, because as you can count, there's 6 buildings here. This is a cluster development. Here we have another example. So we've got 2 duplexes. So each of them, 2 families could live in. So that makes for 4 places to live. In total, there are 3 buildings. So it's plus that little guy there, 5 units to live in, 3 buildings. It's almost a cluster development. It's just one away. Now it's a cluster development. So you've got that 6th unit to live in. 6 or more units is the definition. So now it becomes a cluster development. Are you following me so far? Okay, great. Here's another example. So we've got 6 units here, so we're almost there, but there's only one building. And as you recall, it's 2 or more dwelling units. So just because it's one building, this means that it is not a cluster development. If you added another apartment there, it would become one. And the purpose of this is so that we're not regulating apartments like cluster developments. They're just meant to be regulated in a different way. So we wanted to exclude them from the definition. So the second part of this first part of our definition is that it's all in one lot. So you can see here, we've got our typical subdivision here, where through a planning process called subdivision, you would mark out where each of your lots are, and then a developer would sell each lot individually. It's the classic way of developing in this style. This one here, it's visually identical, except it is all on one lot, so there's no subdivision involved. And that's sort of the main reason why this project began, is that we have one of our regulatory tools as planners is the subdivision bylaw. And when you have a case like here where there's no subdivision, there's never a chance to apply any of those rules. So the subdivision bylaw contains quite a few important rules. One of the big ones is road standards. And so, you know, with the regulations non-existent as they are now, developing in this style ignores any of the road standard requirements if a developer chose not to follow any of those. We're now moving on to part 2. This is a little bit simpler. It just says that is partly or entirely unserviced by municipal water and sewer. And so the intention here is that these regulations are intended to apply to unserviced developments. They really don't, they consider things like availability of groundwater. And so if you're being serviced municipally, that's really not a concern. If there's any regulations, we probably shouldn't be going through the same process, so that's why this is here. And just a distinction, partly unserviced means that if you've got even one dwelling on your development that has a well, it has a septic system, that's considered partly unserviced. So you need to be fully serviced if you want to not be defined as a cluster development. This is part 3, and it's a bit of a mouthful, but it is more of a legal distinction than anything. And it says, including new phases or units in a phased development condominium with 6 or more dwelling units overall. So to dive in a little bit for the purposes of these regulations, a phased development condominium is just a way of owning land. It's a way through, well, you may have heard of a condominium as being usually apartment shaped. You can also have a condominium corporation for a plot of land where through this system, a developer could start a corporation, divvy out pieces of land. They wouldn't be subdivided traditionally, but they would be divided up within that ownership structure. And that can be done in phases, and that's really what this part of the definition is here to consider. So you'll remember a previous example. This is almost a cluster development, and it's phase 1. So this is just here to reinstate that if you were to add another phase, now it's a cluster development. So that's just a legal distinction for this specific kind of ownership structure. Last stretch of the definition, this is part 4, and it says a recreational vehicle parking site is not considered a cluster development. So a recreational vehicle parking site is just a place where you can park your RV. And the reason that this is here is to provide a little bit of distinction. We don't typically regulate RVs like dwelling units. They need their own separate considerations in planning as to how they're regulated. And so this is just here to say, this is not that, put it aside. So with all that being said, the actual regulations that apply are done through a development agreement process. And this provides council with a lot of ability to decide what individual things they think are appropriate for each given cluster development. And so they can be considering aspects of the site, they'd be taking in public engagement, and considering a wide variety of things. These are some of the highlights that we, the planning team, think apply specifically well to cluster developments. One of them is, of course, the road design. So this could be the built standard of your road, the traffic impact, as well as the ability for emergency vehicles like a fire truck or an ambulance to navigate on the site, as well as ingress and egress. So if you're got a large subdivision and you're trying to evacuate a large number of vehicles, can it support that? That's one of the things that council could consider. Stormwater drainage and flooding. So this could be from everything from development to after it's developed, looking at things like a stormwater management plan and things of that nature. We've got the availability of water supply. So if you have a large development, this provides council with the opportunity to ensure that the development has enough water so that both residents on the site can have their buildings serviced by well water, but also that surrounding developments won't be adversely impacted by the increased draw of water in the area. So that's another option that council has at their disposal. And as well as ecological risk, as well as species at risk. So this is another option for environmental considerations where that's a concern that's raised, or that's something that council would like to investigate, and more. So it's all listed within the proposed municipal planning strategy. It outlines at the end all of the things that council can consider. These are just the ones that apply most specifically to cluster development.
I just want to be super clear. So if this does not exist in our development agreement, does it exist elsewhere?
Can you clarify?
Like provincially, like if something is registered as a Bearland condominium, all these things that you've listed here are not considered before that project goes ahead.
There are cases where the province will consider a development and the impact that it may have on a site. Typically, in my conversations with Nova Scotia Environment, it's if it's a really significant impact. So if you're taking out acres of wetland, or if you're doing something usually that's more industrial in nature. For residential development, it largely falls to municipal matters.
I'm just going to ask council members to perhaps hold their questions till the end of the presentation, because I just want to make sure, I know there's going to be plenty of discussion, and I just want to make sure we get the information out first, if you don't mind, councillors, and we'll go from there.
Okay. We're nearly to the end. This is the project timeline. So as I mentioned, it began back in July of 2023 with initial public engagement. That went up to staff drafting recommendations. It went to PAC. PAC recommendations were sent to council. Eventually, it got to first reading in July of 2024. And this was the period where our current council has been sworn in. And then after that time was the date of first reading's expiration. So we're here at the PSC meeting. And then if this project were to continue, it would go to a second first reading, and that would go to the first second reading, which would also involve a public hearing, and that would be the final implementation of the regulations once they are sent to the province for final approval. And so this is the recommendation from staff, which is that PSC recommend to council to direct staff to incorporate the cluster development's regulations into the MODL 2040 project. And this is under the assumption that council wishes to conduct additional public engagement. And the benefit of this is that it would roll the two public engagement processes together, which would prevent them fighting for time, both residents' time as well as council's time. And it would also allow everyone involved to consider things in a holistic lens, where you're looking at how do these cluster development regulations apply to all the regulations of MODL 2040 and vice versa. And that's all, thanks.
Just before I open it for questions, if you could just clarify the time frame around the process of first reading to when it would actually get to final vote at council. If you could just clarify for the council what that looks like in terms of a time frame.
Sure. It depends. I think if time was the most key aspect, and if council wanted to pass regulations the same as what they were before, theoretically, council really could introduce those at the next available opportunity. So it presumably could be next week. I haven't, run that by everyone to confirm that there's, all the logistics would be in place, but everything has been written. And so if council wanted to just bring back as they were, that could be done right away. The next piece would be that, second reading, public hearing portion. There's notice requirements for that. But of course, as you know, once first reading passes, it basically brings the regulations back into effect for that period of time. So there's not an immediate rush to get second reading done, ASAP. And there is notice requirements, so you're looking at likely like a couple of months in between first reading and second reading. The only consideration, of course, is that there is that, is it 120, 150? Anyway, there's a limitation if you don't do second reading and a public hearing within that timeframe.
And further to that, and then I will open it up, but just so the council members are clear, if we recommend from policy and strategy to council meeting use your example of next week as opposed to the recommendation that's coming forward, how does that affect any development that might be waiting to begin? And how does that impact on potential development?
The implications for developments that are in progress, there is an allowance for developments that are in progress to continue to register their projects all the way up until the end of this year, I believe. That's the way the regulations were written, and that was to account for an understanding that there are things that are already underway, even though it hasn't been fully registered. There's a lot of work that has to occur, so it was to accommodate those. So it wouldn't have an impact on a lot of developments that are underway. That's not the intention of the regulations. The intention is to prevent new ones from, or not to prevent, but to require new ones to follow the new regulations. So it's tough to know who's out there maybe waiting to do something, but for those that may be in progress, there is that window that's built into the regulations to allow them to complete or hopefully complete their work.
I just wanted council members to know what the implications are with the two different recommendations. So I will open it for questions on this, starting with Councillor Vino and then Councillor DeLong.
Thank you very much. I just want to read something from our agenda package that we have today. The primary responsibility of a council is to provide good government for their communities. The Municipal Government Act provides very broad authorities for council to govern in a way that responds to the present and future issues facing the municipality. That's exactly what the previous council did. This came forward originally by a group of residents in District 10, but we quickly learned it was a much larger issue and was popping up in other municipalities. Plain and simple, developers bypassing rules and regulations of the subdivision bylaws. The previous council approved first reading to start this process as a response to hearing and listening to our residents. That timeline has expired, and the window is now back open to developers. Unfortunately, the election, training, and holidays all made that difficult to bring forward. None of that is the fault of our residents that we were in that situation. And as the speaker stated this morning, it's too late for Second Peninsula. They're concerned for other areas of the municipality. So today we really have two decisions. Do we take cluster development and loop it in with MODL 2040, which opens up that window for several months? Or do we go back and say, we're going to continue with what the previous council said and start first reading again and allow that process to take place and start that clock again? I, for one, will be voting against looping this into MODL 2040. I've seen firsthand what it has done to the communities that I represent. And from conversations with other folks, it's starting to happen there. So please take that into consideration when you vote today. Thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
I'm not in support of pushing this off further. I don't think it serves our residents best. It was against my better judgment that we let this die on the floor. And it was only with the understanding that we were waiting to bring the new council members up to speed, and we would then bring in first reading again, followed quickly by public engagement and second reading. It was meant to be a short window of time. We did not want to have another build season where there were no regulations. Anything that we do can then be incorporated into Model 2040. It can be amended in any way we're going to be learning from this for a while. This is happening in other areas of the municipality now, and I really want to see this happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Burns.
Yeah, I'm continuing along the same theme. I mean, the reason that I asked the question I asked a few minutes ago was because I was gobsmacked coming in as a new councillor and faced with concerns from residents where a development was taking place and they just had no one to go to. There were no there's no confirmation that these things that you listed that can be considered under a development agreement that anyone was looking out for these things. And they come to the municipality and the municipality says, you know, oh, this is regulated by the Condo Act, or, you know, it's a Bearland condominium. So they go to the condo office and the condo office says, yes, good news. They have to follow regulations, all the municipal ones. And it's like incredibly frustrating for residents to get tossed back and forth like this. And it's very frustrating as a counselor to have to stand there and say, no one has anticipated this, and there's nothing that we can do. So I could not do otherwise than vote to expedite this and to follow, you know, to respect the work of the former council who took this on, and all the residents in the municipality who worked so hard to push this forward. And I think the zoning question is really important, but I do think that we can address that with Model 2040, and yeah, I'll be voting to put this to first reading right away so that we're not just leaving the door open to more and more Bearland condominium developments that don't require a development agreement with the municipality.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to say, like, when I wear my other hat, lawyer hat, like when folks come in and they say, oh yeah, I can't do this with by subdivision approval, I promptly thank them for speaking to me and refer them into the city to some of the lawyers who do condominium developments and advise them that that's their cheapest and easiest path to get to their goal. So I can certainly understand the tensions in this, because I quite frankly advise people when I'm handling their money to do it one way, and as a counselor for the greater good, you know, with my agency is here, then I would advise another way. So I have four sort of questions for my thinking here. Two of them are quick, two of them are a bit longer, but I'll just sort of list them all off, and so you can answer them at your wish. The first one was, why did we settle at 6 for the cluster development as opposed to 5 or 4? And that's probably an information piece for me, since I wasn't here for the initial conversations. 2, without these regulations, when it comes to the condominiums, are there anything like septic approvals and driveway approvals and all of that? Would that still apply? Like if someone went to put a condominium development in, do they still need the driveway permit from transportation the way that they otherwise would? Same with if they needed 4 or 6 septic beds, all of that stuff. Does it really change anything that? I know it changes our road standards and in width and depth and all that stuff, but 3, are there any developments that are really given a leg up, or have we created a situation here by opening the gap where we've now created essentially 2 sets of rules very quick? Because my understanding would be, since we had, since council had approved these before, that the set of rules was sort of in effect a little bit after first reading last time. So we've created a gap by not proceeding with the process, but has creating that gap really now created as 2 sets of rules for development? Or is really leading into my next question, is voting to continue on with that process, like what is the effect of, I guess today I understand it's just bringing it to council, and then let's say at council we vote yes, yeah, first reading. Is that essentially just continuing on the rules that already existed? And by doing that, have we disadvantaged anyone who may have been snuck in under the wire? I don't say that with malice to their intention, but just to illustrate the point. Or is it just for the general public facing? Would it just be like, oh, okay, those rules are still in effect and they're continuing with the process they used to have? Does that question make sense with all my rambling? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, those are all totally reasonable questions. So the first one is about the number of units, and that's something that we've we've toyed with. We've looked at what other municipalities do in order to define what this kind of development should be. Originally, it was 5. It went through a lot of the processes being 5 units. We had some conversations with residents as well as with developers about what would be the best option in terms of leaving the door open to create affordable housing that is all in one lot without requiring a development agreement, which it can, there's a time cost associated with that. And so this is really, it's something that council can change. Ultimately the reason why it landed on the number of units is that you need to pick a number that is of a low enough impact that you're not willing to require a developer go through a development agreement. So that's how that number was determined. The second one on septic and driveway permissions. So in terms of the actual road standards themselves, that's something that council would consider through the development agreement. And so they would consider either roads or shared driveways or whatever you might have on your property. And they would, of course, have the advice of something like a professional engineer who would say, this looks good, this should be changed, here's my recommendation. It could also include things like a traffic impact study. In terms of septic, Reid, do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know offhand how the environment views these developments differently. Our development officer could confirm exactly how that process works. But they still do look at these applications, and they still are required to get the final permit inspections and things like that in place. Their process may work a little bit differently in terms of how and when they review things, but at the end of the day, all septic systems have to have environment approval, so they do end up getting those approvals in place no matter what. I guess the last aspect of the question I think you were asking was, does this create a different process? Or I guess the way the regulations are written, as they are currently, none of these regulations would come into effect for anything that's currently already underway until the end of this year. So whether somebody had a project that was started, the new rules came into effect, they weren't affected by that, but they had a time that started kind of to wind down. So it said you need to get your units registered by the end of December 2025. That's what the draft regulations still say. So if council were to pass first reading, then presumably that's they wanted to bring in the same rules. That date would still be the same one. But of course, it's up to council if they want to change that or go a different route.
We've got a couple, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Burns, but I'm going to try to get everybody at least to have their questions, first round of questions, and then we'll come back. Councillor Bell, you're next.
Thank you. I think it would be a disservice to prolong the process. I want to have the original plan, do first reading immediately or as soon as possible. Let's not pass the buck. I share the views of Councillor DeLong and Deputy Mayor Vino. Further public engagement will not necessarily lead to new direction, but it could lead to confusion when you're lumping it with MODL 2040. There was really good discussion on this previously. We had good public engagement. We weren't able to satisfy every need from the public, but it did and was responsible for how the final presentation came to us. And we had really good leadership from the staff that brought those reports back to us. And so I don't want to see this whole process start all over again. To me, that makes us look incompetent. So that's where I stand.
Councillor Reinhardt?
Thank you. You kind of addressed this in your last comment, but I was wondering about the non-conforming applications and why we would allow, like if we think this is something important that needs to be passed as soon as possible, why would we allow for that extended date up until the end of this year for more applications to come through?
That ultimately, it's up to council. So it's very much within your authority to say, you know, we're going to treat this like other developments where when the new rules come into effect, if by the date of that bylaw, if you don't follow the rules, then you fall under a different set. I guess the challenge when you run into Bearland condominium developments is that they're often doing work that we don't know about or has been underway. So we haven't received their application. We don't receive applications. So we don't receive anything really until typically, you know, we're getting better notification from some of the folks involved in that registration process. We're getting a heads up now. But the a formal kind of notification process typically occurs kind of at the end of their process. But there's a certain amount of work that developers have to do on sites, site preparations, you know, servicing requirements. That stuff has to be met before they can register. So they often are investing quite a lot in doing a lot of site work in preparation for registration. So the reason that this has been written in there to allow that extended timeline, it's intended for those ones that are underway now, and they may have half of their site work done. And it's to say, you're already halfway through. The potential is that if these new regulations came into effect, you may not be able to meet them under your current designs or for whatever the case may be, and to recognize that that has already been underway and therefore allow them to continue as they were, provided that they finish at the end of December. It's not to say someone new coming along, you can, you know, start the process, because it's very unlikely based on our understanding of the condo registration process that someone could start now and be done by the end of this year. So it really is not geared towards accepting new projects. It's just to accommodate those underway. All that being said, the option of saying if you want to take a harder line on those developments, that's within council's ability to do, is to say, look, you need to register it by first reading. Otherwise, the development needs to abide by the new rules. That could cause some challenges, but it's certainly within your ability to do.
Okay, Councillor Brooks, then Hubley, and then back to Burns.
One of the speakers today referenced the Little Hook development, and I'm curious if that development would have still conformed to the regulations that we're looking at today.
I think that's probably unlikely. I don't know how many, I can't recall how many units are, that's a smaller development, just 12. Yeah, so it wouldn't meet it. That also would have, I don't believe would have met the coastal regulations that are obviously now in effect as well. So they would have run into, I think, several different issues. Probably the coastal might have even had a bigger impact on that because it's very tightly packed in there and it's very close to the edge. So that would have had a big impact as well.
Regarding the second peninsula, oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep, okay.
Okay, back to Councillor Hubley.
Oh, thank you. I agree with the consensus around the table to move forward with the previous regulations, absolutely. I do have a question. Would you recommend changing that date? Like push it out a little bit further?
I think I think I'll just personally, in my opinion, I don't believe that's necessary. And the reason for that is because as part of this process already, those people have been given that opportunity. And I believe that they've been working under that assumption. And so I don't think you want to reset the clock again on that. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. My question was just a clarification for my understanding, and I've kind of gotten there, but just to be clear, so whether we do this or not, and it's just, I'm in my mind assuming based on the room that we're going to do it next Tuesday, and it's going to go forward. So in that scenario, there really is no impact to people who've put to people who, like, from a commercial standpoint, have put time, energy, and money and investment into starting a project, that window that they would have been aware of from last July onwards will still not change until December 2025. And so we're really not changing any of the administrative fairness that any folks would have faced with regards to our decisions on regulations. We're probably not open to a lot of issues on that. It's just simply, yes, we're still doing this. We stumbled a little bit in continuing on, but there is no change to the deadline in which this is going to apply to you if you're not registered, whether we do it now or whether it had started last July and finished last July.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Brooks.
Because I'm a new councillor and wasn't here before, the Second Peninsula, can I just get a little succinct up-to-date on, was it the manner of development, or was it development period that was the issue?
So from what I recall speaking with residents about the Second Peninsula development, the desire was to have some level of oversight into how things like site impacts or perhaps the density of the development could be mitigated, like the negative impacts could be mitigated. I didn't hear a lot of people saying, well, I just don't want any development in Second Peninsula at all. Really what I was hearing is we want controls and we want to be able to engage with council, which is something that the development agreement process provides, that some processes do not. We want to engage, we want to share what we think about this development, speak with council, and then for them to make a decision that provides some level of regulatory oversight to the development. So things like environmental impact, the availability of groundwater were some of the things that we heard the most about.
Our CAO can speak to that as well, Councillor Brooks, just to give a little more background on that.
Yep. So Second Peninsula was really the first experience that the municipality had with Bearland condominiums or phase development condominiums that were coming into the municipality, and how our authority under the subdivision bylaw didn't apply to them at all. So what council's initial response was with the cluster development land use bylaw was to try to take elements of the subdivision bylaw and apply them to phase development or cluster developments. And our ability to do that was challenged by legal counsel for the developer. We got legal advice on it, and then we responded to that legal advice by taking out the private road standards and some of the other sections of the subdivision bylaw that allow us to work with developers to make sure that they're addressing things like, as Jacob indicated, sufficient water, adequacy of road network, environmental concerns, stormwater management, species at risk. And so what we came up with, and which is found in the draft cluster development bylaw, is kind of the limits of the municipality's ability to put some kind of restrictions on cluster development without running afoul of the fact that the Condominium Act makes phase development condominiums exempt from our subdivision requirements. And so it was sort of the interaction of provincial legislation at the Condominium Act and the MGA, and they really don't work well together. And so we've made those challenges, we made them aware to the province and the Registrar of Condominiums, because typically you see these developments in towns or cities where they have central sewer and central water, and so the concerns are not the same. We continue to believe that one of the reasons that phase development condominiums are attractive to developers is it allows them to completely avoid our private road bylaw. And in response to that, we have previously provided council with a draft new standard for private roads, which we've ran through and ran past developers and surveyors to try to find a standard that is generally acceptable to the industry, which we hope would bring people back to the traditional subdivision application rather than this legal structure, which is a phased development condominium. So it was quite a learning process. And as we went through it, there was a bit of a surprise to some about actually the number of phased development condominiums that are in the municipality, particularly along lakes, where they're taking complete advantage of the phased development or the bare land condominium legislation. So this is what we would consider to be our best attempt to regulate phased development condominiums in particular, and then cluster developments more generally.
Okay. I'm going to say that I'm not hearing a lot of appetite for the direction staff is giving, with all respect to staff. I am hearing more support for let's move with what the previous council suggested should happen, and we ran the time limit on it. And I think that I'm generally hearing that. We do have an alternative motion that's ready to be tabled. So, Councillor Smith, are you okay with that, or do you need clarification on something before we put a motion? Or do you want to speak once the motion's on the floor?
I just do have a question about zoning, and that's an aspect that I don't think, that was a reason for wrapping it into Model 2040. And I just want to clarify that we can still address the issue of where cluster developments can be located in the municipality, in what zones, through Model 2040.
Certainly, there are some municipalities that already do this, and there are a variety of ways that you can do it. If the cluster development regulations were to come into place before MODL 2040, they're designed to apply to the entire municipality, but certainly you could pick parts where you have them permitted and where you do not have them permitted.
Just to add to what Jacob's comment was, I think as part of our thinking with the recommendation that we brought forward was that I think, as Thomas indicated, some of the reason, or a lot of the reason that these have been so popular is an avoidance of what the subdivision bylaw requires. And I think what you'll see as part of our 2040 things are, number one, zoning everywhere, which is a really big missing piece and part of why we're seeing this type of issue come up here. But also looking at what subdivision requirements exist as well. And so we're looking to bring in reasonable requirements for any type of development with a certain level of density that's unserviced, to look at things like environmental impact, water and availability, roads. Those are just things we're looking to establish a fairly fair playing ground, regardless of how you do development. So you shouldn't have different rules that really apply, because on the ground, maybe it's the same level, it's the same 12 homes, but if they're subdivided, if it's a bare land condominium, if they're whatever it is, they should have a relatively similar look at the standards. And so that's what we'll be bringing forward in our 2040 work, is just comprehensive planning that looks at those larger issues in every type of development. So I think, it's not an issue for us in terms of whether one thing moves a little bit closer or further ahead than the other things. But once we have that comprehensive planning in place, we'll be able to stop playing whack-a-mole a little bit with planning issues that come up, and then trying to deal with them one-offs. So we're looking forward to bringing that stuff forward shortly.
Okay, I'm going to ask Councillor, we have a written motion that I'm going to ask Councillor Vino to bring forward, if you're willing to do that.
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much. And this motion is different than what was in the agenda package recommended by staff. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends that Municipal Council give notice of its intention to amend the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw to include new sections containing the regulations related to cluster development found in Appendix A and B, and to conduct first reading. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Smith. Is there discussion on the motion? So this basically would introduce it to council next week, we'd bring forward, and it would identify the start of the restart of the process that the previous council had undertaken. Any discussion or question on the motion on the floor? All those in favor signify by raising their hand. Contrary-minded, motion carried. There is a second part to this motion, which, could we have a mover for that, or would you table the motion? Yeah, please.
Certainly, thank you. To Mayor Mayor McLean-Weil, that's the first time I did that. Mayor McLean-Weil and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommend that Municipal Council set a date and time for a public hearing for the amended municipal planning strategy and municipal-wide land use bylaw regulations on a future date in council chambers, and further, that Municipal Council instruct staff in the meantime to schedule a public information meeting to inform residents about the implications of the new regulations prior to the public hearing. And I so move, and I so apologize.
It's okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. Is there any discussion or clarification needed on that? Again, it's another part to the previous initiative started by the previous council. All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Contrary-minded, motion is carried unanimously. Thank you for that, and I appreciate your introduction and your briefing of the little houses, because that did really make it, it did make it very clear, so thank you. Yeah, I think we should just continue, so I'm not sure what the process for...
You could just return.
Councillor Vino, you can take over again. Thank you very much.
Okay, continuing on with our agenda, we will move to 9.1.1, draft strategic priorities, and our Deputy CAO, Alex Demericks, will lead this discussion.
Good morning, committee members. It's been really nice to hear the level of engagement and discussion this morning. Staff don't need you to support all of our recommendations. In fact, it's a sign that democracy is working when council makes those decisions. I also appreciated hearing some reference to broader strategic vision for the municipality. That's where we're headed right now, as long as my laptop will talk to the system. But it doesn't appear to want to. You have my slide deck on a...
It still doesn't help your connection.
But I can just switch to a different laptop.
It's on this. You need to fix it.
Yep.
It'll just be a moment as we're getting the slide decks to come up on the screen, so those listening and watching can also follow along.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience in getting that set up. So this morning I will be going over some proposed strategic priority areas for council. I'm going to cover a bit of background. We're going to cover off some of the engagement and strategic priorities retreat that council has undertaken, and then make some proposals for you to consider.
And Alex, if you don't mind me asking, this is a larger document. Do you want us to hold questions until the end or ask as they come up? What is your preference?
My intention is to do a relatively short overview. So yes, I think I should be able to get through, and then we can have a discussion and questions.
Thank you.
So just by way of background, council does have some broad strategic statements. So these include mission, vision, and values. Strategic priority setting is a very important process. It works to help council understand where your shared focus is. It helps staff in preparing budgets and other key documents for you. It also helps communicate to the public where your focus is. So there's many values to approaching this. The staff report that you have in your package summarizes where the last council was and proposes new directions for this council. So as I mentioned, there are some broad statements. Council has established a vision. This was done in advance of the MODL 2040 planning project. So it speaks about the beauty and the natural assets, the wonderful communities that we have, and ways that council wants to support and preserve and grow those going forward. The document also establishes a set of values. So council values a thriving community, acting with integrity, respect and kindness, equity and inclusion, and being ready for action. And then council's mission is to be responsible financial managers, strategic planners, sustainable community builders, and collaborative engagers. There's more detail in those, but I just want to make sure that we have this sort of high-level picture available to us. One step underneath the mission, vision, and values for the municipality, council had adopted 4 strategic areas for the 2023 to 2025 period, so the second half of last council's term. Those were a focus on the Osprey Village Growth Center, Recreate Parks project designed to invest in existing park assets, climate change action plan, and the comprehensive land use planning project known as MODL 2040. So as you're well aware, this is a new term, you are a new council, and some refresh and evaluation is required. So in December, council undertook a strategic planning workshop with a local facilitator and developed 4 new areas for strategic focus for the municipality. Those being regional economic development, infrastructure, quality of life, and communication and engagement. So we'll spend a little bit of time looking at those 4 statements, and then staff have done a bit of analysis to look at possible projects that council has mentioned so far in your new term and existing programs and services that already exist. So for regional economic development, the statement that council provided was support initiatives that focus on regional economic development. And then 3 subpoints under there are supporting commercial development. So some examples of this were ways that we can provide or advocate for high quality local services, infrastructure, and planning that will support small businesses. Cell service is a wonderful example of this. Without reliable cell service, it's difficult not only to have emergency services, but it affects economic activity. Then there is a discussion about developing a regional industrial park along with some of our municipal neighbors, which could provide for not only more economic activity, but also diversification of MODL's tax revenue. And then I have this section highlighted because council's statement focused on a specific type of regional economic partnership called a REN, or a regional economic network. And staff, when reviewing this, wanted to suggest a small revision so that it focused more broadly on economic development platforms regionally. just to avoid, if the province, for example, shifts their model away from RENs, the REN model is also quite different from one region to another, and does have a little bit of historical baggage. So in order to make it most easy to work with partners, staff are suggesting you just broaden the language a little bit. So that's why that one is highlighted. Under infrastructure, the statement provided by council was planning and investing for growth, and the 3 points below it are collaborating regionally to expand infrastructure that supports growth. The second bullet focuses on developing infrastructure to support housing, which is a critical need in our communities at this time, and also strengthening our recreational assets so that we support communities all throughout the municipality with that really critical piece of municipal infrastructure. Under quality of life, the statement provided by council was programs and services to maintain and improve the quality of life, and staff are suggesting a small revision to add affordability into the statement. Council has addressed affordability a number of times in the new term, and it also was raised a number of times during the strategic planning session, but the word didn't actually appear in any of the statements, and staff thought that council may wish to include that as well. And so the sub-bullets under there are addressing loneliness and reconnecting communities, providing recreation parks and programming, and celebrating and preserving communities. And then the fourth area of focus is communication and engagement. So the notes on this were around building strong community fabric. So this involves improving and increasing our communication to the public, also improving and enhancing systems where the public provides engagement and feedback to council, and finding ways that we can help rebuild community fabric, particularly in the context of the post-COVID years where we've emerged from lockdowns and found a slightly different community conditions. So just looking at how some of our existing programs, services, and projects align with these, staff found that the statements were quite helpful, and we noticed immediately that there were a set of projects which really speak to all four of these proposed areas of focus. So we wanted to highlight those for council for your consideration. The first one is comprehensive land use planning, so your MODL 2040 project, providing regulation that can help protect and preserve those existing communities, but is respectful of the needs of the business and development community so that you do continue to see planned and managed growth. We see that as critical to being able to achieve those four priorities. Public transit, similarly, we've already heard from the public this morning about the importance of that, the way that it provides connection. It's a critical piece of municipal services and requires infrastructure. A housing strategy, I don't think council needs me to lecture you on the importance of that issue. The collaborative health center and the municipal space planned here for Cookeville would provide an opportunity for council to provide some much needed infrastructure that does address some issues that are sometimes touch a little bit beyond the municipal sphere, but what allows us to be a collaborative player in an area that's really important to residents, and then can help enhance things like quality of life and community space for our different community organizations. And then a continued investment in recreation infrastructure. So it's a constant need, as you're about to see in your capital budget, for investments in the parks that you have and planning for parks that your community may want in the future. A touch of bad news, there are some mandatory projects that we felt important to highlight. Whether or not council is interested in these, you have very little or no choice at all when it comes to them. So the first one we've listed here for you is the Cookeville wastewater upgrades. So we are far enough down there. Council has awarded a tender for construction, and they are this infrastructure is critical for a number of other major projects that the municipality has on the go. So you would have to reconsider an awful lot of the work that the municipality is doing if you were not to proceed with that project. The second one is your mandatory minimum planning. So while there are lots of wonderful benefits to having planning in place that is appropriate and responsive to your community, the province has said that all municipalities must have minimum planning throughout their geographic area. So whether or not council wants to proceed with it for the local benefits, you're required from a provincial legislation perspective. And then finally, our center school, the former center school building, we have completed some environmental assessments and we've uncovered contamination, not to mention the issues that we're having around the upkeep of that place. So it has to go ahead. Not only for cleaning up essentially an eyesore, but also addressing legislative requirement to address contaminated properties. So for each of the 4 areas that council has identified, staff have gone through, and you can see in your report with a little more detail, areas where we have existing programs and services that align with this priority, and also we've attempted to identify where we have heard council, this new council, speak about new initiatives that might fall into this bucket. So in the interest of getting to council discussion, I won't spend much time on where those existing alignments are, but I will highlight the new projects that we have identified for you. So that first one I've already spent a bit of time on, talking about a regional economic network or a regional platform for enhancing economic development, the exploration of a regional industrial park, and expanding our advocacy work on improving cell coverage for the municipality. Under infrastructure, we have a focus on establishing priorities for recreation investment, bearing in mind that elsewhere in the strategic priorities, we're talking about housing strategy, and we have water and wastewater investments as well. Under quality of life, we've identified programming and grants specifically focused on addressing loneliness and reconnecting community. So you already have a suite of grants and services that do help target some of these things. But we're anticipating that council will want to understand where that is happening and also what opportunities do we have to expand that. And finally, under communications and engagement, we have a whole report coming to you later this morning, which will talk about different opportunities that we have to increase our communication and also public engagement. And one of the exciting ideas coming out of that is developing an app for the municipality to make it easier for residents to have access to information and services. Again, a touch of bad news. Unfortunately, we don't have unlimited time, staff resources, or money available to you. So the upcoming budget process will involve council having to make choices. So staff is going to have to bring forward information on the range of possible new services as well as what your existing services are so that council can start to make those decisions. Both about the overall budget and how your 5-year financial plans, how you want those to look, but then also based on those limited resources, which projects you want to proceed with and which ones might have to be deferred for future years or not pursued. So just as a planning note, staff are already making operating and capital budget plans. So at this point, we are not looking for new projects to be added. If there are things that council is concerned aren't there for year 1 of your term, we need to hear about them essentially at this meeting because we are developing those plans. Also bearing in mind that there are 4 years to a council term. So we have 3 more budgets. We will have a more intensive strategic planning process that is more detail focused. We are in a bit of a time crunch this year given municipal elections happen in November and your budget is due in early spring. So it doesn't allow us to do the normal process, which would normally have us doing sort of strategic planning work in the fall rather than at the very end of the year or the beginning of 2025. So there will be more opportunity to develop if there are collaborative projects with neighbors or community groups. They would be more appropriate in, for example, years 2 through 4 of your term. one last little bit of analysis. In looking at the previous priorities compared to the existing ones, many of the projects are worthwhile and can be translated into the new priorities. But there was one area that did sort of jump out in the 4 priorities from the previous term. Climate action was identified as one of the 4, and it is not identified as a standalone priority in the new term. So we've identified 3 approaches for council. One is you could reconsider and you could add it as a 5th priority. Again, you have limited resources, so some of this could be wordsmithing, but it does, it's a communication question at some point. The other end of the spectrum is council could decide climate action is no longer a priority or something that the municipality should be engaged in, and you could get rid of your climate action plan. So in case you can't see what I'm doing here, provides 2 options that are available to you. It's not what we're recommending. A third approach would be you have a number of strategic plans in place for various areas that you want to address, but not everything can be a strategic priority. So if climate change were adopted as a lens, you would continue to make progress along some of your emissions goals, your adaptation goals, which are important and where they align with council's priorities, but it's not stated as its own priority. The way that this would work is we have standard elements on our staff reports. So for all of your larger decisions, we are looking at things like how does it align with your strategic plan? Is it in your budget? What are the financial implications of it? And we're suggesting that council adopt 3 more sort of standard lenses to look at when you're making major decisions. So these would be your sustainability and climate change lens, your inclusivity and diversity lens, which we call IDEA at MODL here, and also strategic communications, so that you're capturing that question of, are we doing the right kind of public engagement at the right time for this project? Is it necessary for this project? What kind of question? So those are the lenses that we're proposing council carry forward. Speaking of public engagement, we do think that you should engage in some public engagement on this. We don't feel that it's necessary to go through a full-blown public engagement plan, given that council has just emerged from an election, which is the most intensive public engagement you will do in your 4-year term. So we trust that council was fully engaged with your residents through the election process and have brought that to the strategic planning process itself. Now that you have a specific statement focusing on what your draft priorities would be, we would suggest that you hold a public meeting so that the public can look at that and then complete a short survey as to whether or not they feel that council has hit the nail on the head. You'd then bring it back to a policy and strategy committee meeting where you could refine it based on public input if there were concerns that were raised. And then we feel that this would be an excellent lead into the public engagement process for the budget, which we are proposing would involve live streaming of all budget meetings, sharing of those public budget documents and public presentations. We have a couple of extra evening council sessions redoing some of the content planned. And then we would also suggest a modified public engagement process, similar to what you do for a public hearing. So after the staff presentations, for example, of the department budgets, we would then switch to an expanded public input process where residents could provide any feedback they wanted at that point. And then council could have a discussion on those, considering both the staff information and the public input, just like you do at a public hearing. So that's it for the overview, but I'm sure there will be lots of discussion, and I'm very happy to answer questions and help support that discussion.
Thank you. We'll open the floor for questions and comments. Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all the orientation and strategic planning that we managed to cram in. between the election and now, budget time. That said, I don't know that a climate lens is sufficient. It was a huge priority of the previous council, and it's going to affect a lot of our decision-making in the next 4 years, whether we want it to or not. I feel it needs to be a priority, though it wasn't identified as a priority, and I think that that's as much an artifact of the way that we conducted strategic planning as much as anything else. It was a really tight time frame, lots of orientation, too much happening all at once, and it really felt that way. Orientation was great, but honestly left me feeling a little disoriented. We mentioned climate change at the very end of our strategic planning as having been kind of noticed as an oversight, that we hadn't talked about it more. And, you know, I don't want to speak for others, but I think it was the sentiment at the time that it would be addressed in open session in order to ensure that this critical issue was not being overlooked. I would definitely need to be convinced that we not have climate as a strategic priority. I mean, a lens is all well and good, and we already apply that as a lens. We apply equity as a lens. We apply a lot of things as lenses. But we need to have a strong mandate to act on climate with the urgency that it deserves. So I feel that that needs to be a priority, and I will advocate for it as such.
Councillor Brooks.
These points A through E, were those staff recommendations, or did they come from that committee through the staff back to the council?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
So the recommendations of the lenses,
Yes.
were the lenses
Yes.
a creation of staff,
Yes.
or were they were staff's creation?
Well, I should clarify. So strategic alignment or strategic plan is already part of reports coming to council.
Let me be more specific, pardon me. Section C and D.
Yes, well, those come from existing plans that council has regarding your own. So there's a idea at MODL strategy, you have a regional accessibility plan, and you have a climate action plan.
Okay. My concern with C and D in particular is that we worked to create strategic priorities, and those were not listed as our strategic priorities. I think Councillor DeLong already stated that we already look through those things as a lens. We have hiring policies that protect individuals. We already have groups that are specifically designed to deal with climate action. Dealing with climate action, our body is to provide services to the municipality that they cannot provide themselves. My fear always is government creep and getting into areas that we do not belong in. This does not serve the municipality at large, and it serves, I'm not exactly sure who it serves. I think it sometimes serves to rattle the community and rattle individuals. I'm not sure that it brings us together more, and that's my concern, is it creates some division. The way that we also roll these things out, I have concerns with. So as an overall direction that we want to infuse with some of our things, yes, as a potential layer that trumps all of these things because it's important to maybe some individuals more than others, I'm concerned about that it could be used as a wedge or as a brake to stop some of the four things that we've already acknowledged.
Yeah. If I could respond to the chair, I think touch more explanation on the function of a lens. Certainly something not hitting one of those lenses isn't rationale not to do it. So it's under budget financial implications, council regularly makes decisions that aren't accommodated in the budget. And that could be because it wasn't an issue at the time, or it wasn't identified, or priorities have changed as you go. So it's important for council to have that information so it can be considered But it's not to say that, well, if it's not in the budget, you're not going to do it. Similarly, for any of the other lenses, if something isn't well aligned with one of your 4 strategic priorities, but is intensely important to council, then I'm assuming that council will go ahead with it. So the intention is absolutely not to trump, it's to ensure that council is able to have enough material that you can make an informed decision. And we're suggesting that these are the areas where you're going to want to have that information on those. And I guess the final point is that they're scalable. So on a smaller decision, you're not going to see a lot of staff resources going into that. The larger the decision, the more information council should have. So the level of analysis is expected to go up for the importance of the decision.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the process for this. I mean, my understanding of the strategic, the planning session that we had was that it was a start, it was a draft, and that we would come back in open session and debate it. So I would like to feel like we can consider Councillor DeLong's statement about climate change and debate it in open session, because, yeah, it was clear to me when we were doing that session that it was just the beginning of the conversation, and it would be a draft, and that we would have the chance to come back to it. And I appreciate all the work that staff has done to align our thinking, not align our thinking, but to make some of the connections between work that's already ongoing. But yeah, I just wanted to put that out there as kind of a foundation for maybe what we're talking about.
If I could just respond, absolutely. That's the intention of today. The staff are, as I mentioned at the very beginning, you won't hurt my feelings by not accepting the summary that I've presented to you. So this is material that I've pulled together from the session and then engagement with our staff group. So any area where council is not comfortable, we're looking for direction for revision. So if that's an addition or a subtraction that you want to do at the meeting today, if you want to send staff away for more information, you're welcome to do that. The one caveat you have with that is that we have a proposed budget schedule, and the later it takes to finalize these, the harder it is to make sure that the budget presentations are well aligned with this. So if we have a draft and we feel fairly confident, but council wants to spend some more time thinking about a particular element, that's fine. If council wants to scrap all of this and start again, your budget's going to be delayed.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you very much. I am in agreement with both that it needs to be an area of focus, but not necessarily maybe an area of focus on its own, but that each of the areas that were presented here, more like a lens, but a deep lens, because under the quality of life, having food security, which is part of climate, is very important under the quality of life. Having the projects that we have regarding well water and the being able to have your homes, being able to pay less for electricity, that's all under our climate action. So I don't want it just to be a lens to look through and say, oh, okay. You know, would want it to be more deeper than just that. But I don't know if necessarily it needs to have and be a total area of focus. I'm kind of conflicted, but I do feel that it is very important and that we do need to look at it and consider climate action.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
I think it's important we recognize that there are limits to the resources and the focus we can put on the areas that we talked about at our strategic planning. I don't think we're abandoning climate change as an issue, because we have projects in the works, and we're not saying discontinue that work. And if you think about the conversations that we all had at the doorsteps, think about what the priorities were there, and the things that we've identified, I think, on the screen and in our, what came up in our strategic planning have been captured here. I fully recognize that the climate change initiative that was established by the previous council set out a very, I think, ambitious outline of activities to be engaged in, and that has been pursued. And I think we're not saying by this that we're going to abandon that. Those issues and that work will continue. But what I think this presents is that we are identifying, after 4 years, that there are other things in our community that have now appeared to be areas where we really need to focus on. And I think about infrastructure and housing and how much we recognize that we really do need to work diligently in that area to come up with some planning for the future around that particular issue. And climate change can be part of that conversation if you think about the materials that we use, the kinds of things that we try to encourage in our community around that. I don't want to get derailed too much from it, but I feel like we can only focus on a few things, and we have to set priorities about what those are. And some of what's showing up here are really new initiatives, much like what it was when climate change became an initiative for council 4 years ago. And so I think this reflects what we were hearing and what we're seeing in our community as it's evolved over the last 4 years. Also recognizing that we're not abandoning the work of a previous council or the priority that they had when they made those decisions. This is a new time affected by a number of other things that have happened in our community, particularly around growth. And the things that we're seeing reflected here in the focus areas capture that need to address growth and development in the community, recognizing we have to be cognizant of affordability and the quality of life that we want. So I think that's what I want to say, is that I am comfortable with what we've identified here. I'm comfortable with maintaining the initiatives around the projects that we've identified on climate change, and that work will go on. And so it's important that we be able to move ourselves and our thinking to the next phase of our development as a community. And that I think is captured in the things that you see on the screen. So I'm comfortable with with climate change as a lens.
Councillor Bell and then Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We as a new council met to discuss strategic areas to concentrate our actions on. We listed 4 strategic focus areas. It was made very clear to me that the previous council may have erred in getting too involved in climate change issues. One thing was made very clear to me: do not buy any more electric vehicles. I heard that more times than any other thing. And I'm not saying that it may have been wrong, but it was made abundantly clear to me that that path needs to change. There is much negativity of the last 5 years of the federal government's direction as pushing carbon tax and other programs that were pushing too hard for many people to have what they thought was the quality of life that they needed. I do think that having a lens view is worthwhile. Yes, it doesn't abandon some of the projects that was started by the previous council, but making that a priority focus area, no. We worked hard to get 4 strategic areas, and I think that's what we need to concentrate on. You may include it under quality of life, and that's where Lens can quite often help direct you on how you do implement some of your new plans. I am told that climate change at the municipal level was too costly. It is important, yes, but it was too ambitious and the needs need to be reassessed. That's one of the main takeaways I had. It was pointed out to me as a negative action by the level of which we embraced projects in the previous council. So if I'm supposed to learn from what I hear on the doorstep, then I need to reassess. I tried to participate as best I could in coming up with these new strategic areas, and as a group, this is what we made. I don't think that less than 30 days afterwards, we need to start reassessing it or re-questioning what we did, or otherwise we just wasted our time going away for 2 days. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. Well, you'll be happy to know that you're going to save me a whole lot of talking. Thank you, Mayor McLean, Weil, and Councillor Bell. I agree wholeheartedly, and I'm very comfortable with supporting what we have, the recommendation.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I think there's no decisions that we will make in the next 4 years that will not have climate change attached to it. At some point, where our conscience is going to make us make the right decision when we do vote on things because of the climate change. As for setting it as a strategic priority, I think that we can just incorporate it into everything that we've already got here. I remember when we last year, the year before, can't remember. Yeah, I do remember, the year before, that we stopped all planning in our council staff, all the planning projects that they had to address a rock wall on Crescent Beach. And staff was told to stop doing any projects that they're on. This is how big something like this can get. So unless we, in all due respect, adding it as a strategic priority would be great, but we do not have the resources to do it properly. It needs to be incorporated in our decisions that moving forward, and that's all I got to say.
Before we go around again, for those that want to speak, I just had one, I guess, question, Alex. The three drafts that are, the three motions that are before us on this topic all have the word draft. If we go out to the public and we didn't get it right, we hear on the doorsteps other topics, this might change. Is that correct?
This is council's process, so that's certainly what staff is proposing to you. In terms of Councillor Smith's comments, our intention was to have the opportunity for council to have deliberation on the concepts you wanted included. This is your next step, where we've prepared a draft based on that and tried to give you some examples of how that lives with what you already have on the go. The next step would be you test your statements with the public. So we take a condensed version of this, run an engagement session, and have a survey. Council would then make them final, according to what staff are proposing to you. In the meantime, we have to keep going on the budget process. So we're developing plans, and if whatever council approves today will inform how operating and capital budgets are being developed. Again, still in draft. But we see that as we had your session, we have the item today, then you have public engagement, and then we look to you to finalize them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brooks.
I guess two little quick points. One point on these lenses, I'm concerned because it appears to me like an example of staff doing work they were not asked to do. And I think I'm under the correct assumption that staff is supposed to follow council's directions. So when I see something like this that was not part of our strategic planning, and then I come back to council and I hear a recommendation on staff's part, that's concerning to me. The second thing I will say just quickly is that for individuals who are passionate about climate change and want that to be their focus, the good news is there are literally hundreds of organizations that daily make that their focus. And so if someone wants to have that as their daily focus, there are organizations available to join and be participating in if you want that to be your daily focus. This body cannot afford, nor is it its mandate to make climate change its focus.
Just to provide some clarity, thank you for the point, Councillor Brooks. I would 100% agree. Staff's role is to respond to council direction. We do have some responsibility to ensure that council can make an informed decision. And so I just want to make sure it's clear to council that direction on equity, inclusion, diversity, and accessibility is not coming out of a vacuum or coming from, for example, an activist staff. It's coming from provincial legislation, which requires us to have regional accessibility plans and regional anti-hate plans. It's coming from our own idea at MODL plan. So it's coming both from provincial direction and existing direction from council to proceed on things. The way that we have made meaningful progress on accessibility, for example, which is the more developed of the areas, is by including it in the planning for capital projects, so that we are considering that before rather than having to come back and do retrofits on projects afterwards when an accessibility concern is highlighted. Oh, for example, you're not going to meet the new standard for built environment that the province has passed. So we feel that it's the most efficient use of your resources to include that lens up front so that you'll identify those issues and then you can determine how you want to address them.
Councillor Burns.
Thank you. I just want to say, as I read through this, I actually thought it was a fairly accurate capture of what we sort of had summarized at the end of our session there. When I read through and I read especially when I read the headlines here, you know, like we're going to bring this to the public, but I'd feel very comfortable going back to my residents and saying what I heard from you and what every other councillor heard from you at the table was concerns about regional economic development, jobs, what it's going to look like, to look at what infrastructure we need to support this, to talk about quality of life as a whole, and to talk about especially an increased need for communication and engagement. That was one of the, if you want to talk about soft topics versus hard issues that are very specific outcomes, like I would say communication and engagement, we could all say was the soft issue that was just everyone wanted to see more of it. When I look at the lenses, I think overall, like, there's a good balance of things that are important to make sure that are a lens so that they're not forgotten by decision makers who might not otherwise be in the world in which those decisions, like, it might not otherwise be in the world in which that lens needs to be applied. And what's there, if anything, the only thing that is sort of missing from my residents, but I don't think it's a strategic plan item, was just more general conversations that I'm sure you heard as well about affordability. Some of those did take the aspect of tax policy, which is a budget conversation, not a strategic policy. And I don't think affordability for residents needs to be a specific lens that we put on paper, because I think we all politically know that our jobs depend on affordability being a lens that we can, we consider when we do this. So I just want to say thank you, because as I read this, I think this is something that if it went to the public, I would be prepared to be able to say, yes, I'm very proud to have had that conversation and that together. These are some very common areas that we agree to work on. And as things continue to arise over 4 years, which I think we all expect there's going to be many things that happen over the next 4 years that we can't anticipate, that we're also going to deal with those on top of sort of where we're already focusing on making your lives better. So I think this document you know, like I'd be prepared to move forward on these things. Thank you.
Councillor DeLong and then Councillor Smith.
Having heard everybody else's opinions, I see where we're all coming from, and I do want to say that I think staff got it right with these 4 strategic focus areas, and that these were the topics that we most heard on the doorsteps. But like accessibility and equity, we're also required to have a climate plan, which we do. We will be continuing to follow that, I know. But that said, climate needs to be incorporated into these 4 strategic priorities. It's going to be an issue for infrastructure. Our infrastructure is aging and crumbling across the country, and it needs to be climate proofed. Quality of life. How can we have that if we have no access to potable water, if we don't have food security, all the things that we need? So the strategic areas, I think that we definitely do need to keep focusing on these 4 things. I want to see climate incorporated into them a little bit more thoughtfully. Like a lens is great, but I think it needs to be in black and white in here as well.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I didn't want to address the climate thing specifically, but maybe because that's where we're in the conversation, I should do that as well. I'm okay with the climate lens as long as there's general agreement that we're not abandoning the climate plan, and that if we are, that we have to go back to the public or debate it in open session, because I feel there's like, not, firm commitment to that climate plan right now. But if there was, or, commitment to a process of looking at it and refining it, seeing what's working, what's not, I'd be okay with the lens. So that's that point. My other point is that we did talk about affordability a lot, and somehow that did kind of not make it into the final buckets that came about. And I think that was just, by the nature of the group, small group processes that we were doing, and, we needed to get out of there at some point. So I would just like to suggest a small edit under quality of life. I would support the addition of affordability in that subheading, but I would like to propose that instead of address loneliness, we say address the need for social inclusion. And I think that would just be a broader term that recognizes the strains of affordability and the need for services that connect people to communities. I'm not against keeping loneliness in that heading, but I feel like social inclusion is a broader term and would invite more conversation from the public and has more to do with that affordability question.
Just referring back to the agenda package, I think staff did mention one of the suggested changes was to add the word "and affordability." On page 21, it says staff recommend inserting the words "and affordability" into the quality of life statements. So
yeah, I was just stating that I agree with that.
Yeah. So up on this screen, you can see the highlighted addition, and then Councillor Smith is suggesting replacing the word loneliness with social inclusion. So just in terms of process, these are council's draft statements. If the committee wants to make that adjustment, look for agreement today. If it's not here, you can also let it go to the public and then perhaps revise again at that point. But if there's general agreement with that switch, it can simply happen right now before we go to public engagement.
Still have some other speakers. I don't want to lose your suggestion of adding that in. What would be the best practice? Just a show of hands that we're in agreement to add that phrasing into this? I'll just.
Clarification first.
Yeah.
I'd like clarification that we're keeping the word loneliness and adding social inclusion, or are we removing the word loneliness? I'd like to keep it and add to it.
Okay.
I'm absolutely fine with leaving loneliness. I thought that was a very good priority for us to have. So maybe address loneliness, the need for social inclusion, and connecting people to community.
Is there anybody opposed to the framing? Councillor Brooks, you're opposed to the, and Councillor Bell. Okay. Councillor Brooks, would you like to speak on that?
My concern about affordability being put into the lens, does that mean that modal will become a player in the free market? That we're going to somehow have our finger on scales to make things affordable? I'm not sure. We also talk about affordability because we think that that's what we can do. The other side of affordability is increased wages and more employment, more jobs. So we often talk about affordability because that's the money in our pocket, but we don't often think about could we put more money in our pocket. So affordability clearly is something that we're all facing affordability issues. How we get there and what that lens means is, I think, debatable. I think it's important we get it right, but affordability is probably not one word to everybody. So I'm concerned with how do we as a governing body try to infuse affordability into all aspects of our constituents' lives. I'm unsure about that.
Councillor Bell, speaking to the suggested changes.
Well, the first thing, I didn't want to agree on something without having an explanation on what you think your interpretation is of social inclusions. Second part is we're talking about the redistribution of wealth. It's a form of social services, which is not a municipal issue. So I need clarification to know if I'm willing to take on a provincial responsibility, because that could have a very high price tag. Helping people out, I'm all for that. I help people out in my community all the time. I give to charity. But making the municipal unit responsible for the redistribution of wealth, I can't support that. I need clarification.
So it sounds like we have two separate areas of focus here, one being the affordability piece, and then the other one being adding in the social inclusion. How would we like to take this, Alex? What you need clarification. Do you want to deal with the affordability piece first and whether or not to include that?
Sure. I want to make sure I don't insert myself in the debate because these have to be council statements. But I might offer just a little bit of clarification. So you've decided that quality of life is the primary heading for your strategic priority. And then your bullet explaining what quality of life means, we've suggested adding affordability in there. I think there's good reason to do it that way. So you're saying quality of life is important, but by having it in the sub-bullet, I think it's at least an implicit acknowledgement that the municipality has limited levers to affect affordability. So your biggest lever is your property tax, because that's taking money directly from residents to provide a suite of public services. But as you'll see in our upcoming report on your property tax rebate program, property tax forms somewhere between 2 and 4% of total household income. So that's your biggest lever, and you're affecting 2 to 4% of a household's bucket of money. So you could say, yes, affordability's a key priority for us, but the range of things that you have to broadly affect that for all of your residents is quite limited. So I think that at least partially speaks to Councillor Brooks's point. So you want to be mindful of that, but it's not necessarily something wholly within the municipality's purview. It's something that you want to bear in mind. And just listening to the discussion, I think there was broad agreement, and Councillor Brooks had a concern around the implications of it, but it sounds like it might be worthwhile to include at the level that it's at. So my suggestion is, I think that you can proceed with that, at least to the draft stage, but I don't hear consensus amongst the table about whether or not the addition of social inclusion to the third level of sub-bullets is there or not.
I'm still confused on the one thing, so I'm going to make it simple. We have two options here. Do we remove the highlighted yellow and leave that as our statement, or do we add it? I think that's the question that is in front of us. Who would like to, just by a show of hands, and I'll get our municipal clerk to record it, who would like to remove the affordability piece to this statement? Please raise your hand. Okay. And I'm assuming, but don't assume things, those who would like to leave it as written in front of us. Show of hands.
Can I say something? Am I allowed to say?
No.
Yeah.
You've got to rephrase your question. Your second question is asked in the reverse of the first one.
Yeah. Can we add,
Yeah.
and help with the affordability for our residents? Help, because that's really what we can do. We can help through different programs, like such as the energy efficiency. We can help through the tax rebate, so we can help.
Help to address.
Help
Is that
to
what you're
address
suggesting?
the, right, rather than as, because I never really thought of it in the way that Councillor Brooks and Councillor Bell brought it forward, and they do make very good points with just saying affordability, right? So.
I see lots of
just-
hand raising, so we're gonna go back out because it's good discussion. This is what's gonna lead the next 4 years, so we want to make sure that everybody speaks. Councillor Hubley and Councillor Brooks. Oh, sorry, Councillor Burns. I see it. Go ahead.
I think we're complicating this statement by rehashing and rehashing. It clearly says that we are going to put programs and services to maintain and improve. We're not going to dish out money where it's just programs and services. I would like to see the affordability removed because of all the complications it's causing around the table, and it'll cause the same complication with the residents. But it clearly states it's program and services.
Councillor Burns.
I'm not sure how much finer we can smash the coffee beans on this before we no longer are even making coffee, guys. Folks, not guys. Like, really what we're saying is, in our minds, are we concerned if our decisions on the next 4 years are making life more affordable for residents? And like what we've talked about as a group is, you know, like, I don't think anyone here is actually going to go out and advocate for a major redistribution of wealth. I mean, we do to some extent by just like in an academic exercise and somewhat practical about property taxes and this and that and what we interfere in things. But beyond like the large scale topics about all of that, at the end of the day, we're going to want to say, does having these programs through the LCLC make life more affordable because families can take their kids swimming instead of paying for another more expensive option? When I take my kids up to River Ridge on a Saturday, that is affordability for me because that's a fun family activity I can do here that is more expensive for me to do than it is elsewhere, right? So really what we're just saying is we've turned our minds to, are we making life a little bit easier for folks? Are we making their quality of life higher? And I think it's, you know, we just need to make sure that we're recognizing to folks that, like, yeah, we get that. we hear you. Life has gotten a bit more difficult, and we want to consider your quality of life as we make decisions. So I would suggest let's not smash any more coffee beans on this, still deliver them the coffee, which is, yeah, we're going to improve your quality of life, and we're going to, if we can, make it more affordable. And if anyone came to me at the end of 4 years and said, you didn't make my life more affordable, and I said, your kids can go to better facilities at the Mark, right? Your life is more affordable because, well, as a whole, we just approved that $600,000 because now 30 residents are going to be able to put in wells that they may not have otherwise qualified for financing before. Your life is more affordable because you did that at a 2% rate. You know, there's a couple things that we're doing that's like, yeah, we've turned our mind to it. Like, I would kind of implore us to, you know, we've separated the question between loneliness and social inclusion. I would implore us to just move beyond this affordability question and get to the social inclusion piece, which I look forward to chatting about and honestly supporting.
Councillor Smith.
Okay, I thought the affordability thing was going to be easy. I was just thinking that was, considering the amount that we heard about this during the election, considering that it was a prime issue during the provincial election, and that it will continue to be in the federal election, I imagine, if the Trump question doesn't just overwhelm everything. But everything that Councillor Burns has spoken to, I would reiterate, and mainly it's just about communicating to people that we understand just how out of control the cost of living crisis has gotten, and that we have that in our minds, and we're looking at everything we do with concern for our residents. And, you know, we have a whole priority, a strategic priority kind of basket for businesses. Not everybody is going to benefit from that. And in terms of quality of life, I just think that, yeah, we need to be communicating that we have heard people, and that we're looking at all our programs through that lens. As far as social inclusion, I apologize if that seemed like a, like politically charged phrase. It wasn't meant to be. It was, when I Google it, social inclusion is the process of improving the ability of people to participate in society. And I think about parks, recreation. I think about public transportation. I think about the support that we give to our community halls so that people can gather in their local communities. It wasn't meant to be like a big, like, let's redistribute income or whatever. It was really about emphasizing that there are ways that we can help people connect to their community through the work that we do.
One comment I'll make with the affordability line is that what's affordable to one might not be affordable to the next, and it's hard to judge that. Councillor Brooks is the last person I have with their hand up, and then we'll try to wrap this up, because I'm still not sure if we're adding it or taking it away based on the discussion.
With apologies to Councillor Burns, I'm going to stay on affordability for a second. One of the things that we do have control of is our spending, and so one of the speakers today talked about a trash unit that was upwards, I think, of $18,000. So we exist, this building exists, everyone in here exists because of the taxpayers' dollars. That's what we're here for. And so our affordability and the intersectionality of, for example, climate change and budgeting has a couple of electric vehicles out there and charge stations which have a lot of constituents who are unhappy. So when we talk about affordability, there is an intersectionality between our actions on things and how it relates to us potentially going back and asking those constituents for more tax money. So our affordability piece, largely, I think is going to be, how do we spend our money? How do we procure? Are we doing adequate bidding? Are we looking to different alternatives? And are we doing our due diligence, our financial due diligence on our side? But, I think we all want the idea of affordability. I'm just concerned about how we're going to wedge it in there in a meaningful way.
Lots of conversation. It's 12 o'clock now. I think that we are going to break for lunch, give us the hour to come back to this. And we will continue with the conversation then and hopefully be able to provide staff some direction on next steps for them. So we will break and come back at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, council. We left off before the lunch break discussing the draft strategic priorities. And to kind of pull us all back together, I'm going to hand it over to our CEO, Tom McEwen, to initiate where we're going to go from here.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So just keeping in mind that the time limitations we have on today's agenda, and we still have some significant items left. So we don't want to try to limit discussion, but we would like you to keep in mind that this is being presented in draft form for a reason. So we're not suggesting this is the final form, and there will be an opportunity for council to revisit this after we go out to the public and get their input. So in some things, like whether affordability is added is a decision we would like council to make. But maybe for other issues involving language, if we could note them and put them in the parking lot and then go out to the public, see what they have to say, whether that changes anyone's position or mind, and then when we bring it back, have another round of discussion, just so we can keep this moving forward, because for us, this is what's going to set the tone of our budget. And so at the high level, we know that these 4 strategic focus areas are what came out of the strategic planning. We've identified within our report some of the lenses that we think are important to use. And then we've identified further work that's in our existing plan or in the future work plan and how they move forward. So that information is what we want to move to the public for input and discussion, and then come back to council. So again, we don't want to limit discussion or debate, but we have to just ensure that the time we use is the best time that we can put to this, and get the result that council's comfortable with, moving to the public for what we would consider sort of the second phase of the discussion, knowing that it's going to come back to council for final approval in the future.
Any questions or clarity on that statement from our CAO? Okay. Hearing none, we have 3 motions in relation to this. Councillor Hupely, would you be prepared to bring that first motion forward? 9.1.1?
Yes, thank you. To the Chair and members of Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council adopt in draft form the strategic priorities as presented, and I so move.
Is there a seconder? Mayor McLean-Weil. Discussion on the motion. I think we've discussed quite a bit, so not surprised there is none. Oh, Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, just for clarification on what our CAO said, we're parking all the discussion, be that affordability, social inclusion, and whether or not to include any climate issues in these 4 priorities, and we're going to see what the public says.
Yeah, Jen, I guess without limiting significant debate, so if you have a strongly held belief that something is included or excluded, like that discussion could be appropriate, because what we want to go to the public is meant to represent council's will. But if we're looking at getting into, like, for instance, quality of life, the 3 bulleted points, they're not meant to be comprehensive. There's some things. So there's likely words that could go in, could come out, could be expanded, maybe new bullets added, but we'll let it go out to the public in a fashion that council's comfortable with. So if you're not comfortable, then that's what we need to know. Or if something's missing, that's what we need to hear. And climate change has already been discussed.
Well, I would like to just express that I am not completely comfortable with this. I do like the 4 highlighted strategic priorities that we've outlined here. I'd like to see climate made mention of in at least one of them.
And just one final point of clarity, the motion read as presented. So it was presented with the word affordability in it. Climate change is not mentioned in any of the 4 statements. It comes in the second motion where it adopts it as a lens in draft form. And social inclusion is not in the presentation, so that's not been edited in there, but could be added after public consultation. That's essentially what's on the floor right now.
So will those points that were highlighted be brought as part of the discussion to the public, or are we just seeking what the public sees as being missing or needs to be changed?
Our current plan for public engagement was this material would go on the engage.modl site, and then a summary of it would be available for an open house style presentation. If council is interested, we can highlight that. The climate change question is highlighted in the material because it shows it was a priority. It's not included in the statements, but will be included as a lens. Social inclusion is not something that we have discussed. So it's currently not in that material, but we would expect that if it was important to the public or a council member, it would be raised.
Councillor Smith, speaking to the motion that's on the floor.
As the person who brought forward the social inclusion aspect, I'm okay with letting it go forward without, with affordability in the title of, in the subtitle of quality of life. Yeah, but it is compromised because I don't see why we couldn't have included it to go out to the public. But willing to let that go.
Not seeing any other hands. All those in favor?
The first statement here?
Just the first motion that was read. Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Moving down to the next part of that motion, Councillor Bell, would you be prepared to bring that forward?
Thank you. To the chair and members of the Policy Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council adopt the following lenses for evaluating projects and proposals in the 2025-26. Strategic alignment, financial/budget, climate change and sustainability, equality, inclusion, diversity, and accessibility, and strategic communications. I so move.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Oikel. Discussion on the motion. Councillor DeLong.
I just want to make note of the fact that the copy here says equity rather than equality.
Thank you for that. We'll make sure that it highlights that. Any other questions on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Brooks. Motion is carried. The third motion of this, Councillor Smith, would you be prepared to bring that motion?
Sorry. To the chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council direct staff to proceed with a public engagement event to gather feedback on the draft strategic priorities and launch the 2025-26 municipal budget engagement work.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Councillor DeLong. Discussion on the motion. I'm not seeing any hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We'll now move down to 9.1.2, Communication and Public Engagement Options. And we have our Manager of Corporate Services and Communications, Sarah Kocharski. And we'll give you a moment to set up.
Good morning, good afternoon, council. Just my apologies in advance. I do have a visual disability. I'm struggling today with some flashing, so if I look like I've lost my place, please bear with me. Give me some patience. I've just lost all sight for a minute. I'm here today to talk to you about public engagement and communication. So we'll go over a little bit of background of the existing communications and public engagement work we do. And then we'll talk specifically about public engagement as a standalone piece and how we can look at enhancements. And public communication, same thing. And then we will also talk about council meeting and processes today, which might involve some input from Alex or April. So just as some background, in 2017, the district adopted a strategic communications plan, and that established our approach to communication and public engagement. That document's available on our website. And it is an overarching document with goals, and then it has specific tangible action items that have been resourced from that time. So a lot of times things are standalone pieces that then get what we consider operationalized, so they require some investment up front, like developing the new website. When it's not new anymore, but in 2020 we introduced the brand new MODL.ca, which is fully accessible and was one of the premier accessible websites for government in Nova Scotia at its time. Many have followed suit, but ours was one of the first. But now it's operationalized, so there's not a lot of work that goes into creating, developing, working on the website. It's a smaller piece of work. So we'll talk about all of that stuff today. So to start, public engagement is a way to gather input from citizens, and it does result in better decision-making. It can take many different forms, and now in a few months, for those of you new councillors on the job, you'll have started to see the different forms that it might take. It uses tools and techniques to generate public input, in some cases, build consensus and reach agreement, and in other cases, it's just input for you to take in your own decision-making. We have a public engagement strategy, we have a public engagement policy, and we also produce a citizen's guide to public engagement that's available on our website and distributed often at events. And that document helps residents understand their place in council decision-making. So some of the ways we currently engage with the public and solicit their feedback is listed on the slide in front of you and also outlined in more detail in the report. We use an Engage website, which is a one-stop shop for all public engagement at the municipality, where residents can see what we've done in the past on a project, they can see the work up to date, they can see the planning for the future. We read Facebook comments, and moderating and responding to Facebook comments is a whole sort of topic on its own, but as part of our public engagement, we do read those comments, and they're given to project teams and to managers who are collating comments. We undertake stakeholder interviews. So for instance, with the Osprey Village enhancement plan, we've reached out to each of the business owners in Osprey Village to also solicit their feedback rather than relying on just generic public feedback. We hold open houses. Councillors talk to us and give us feedback. We hold public meetings, public hearings. These are separate things. There's public input during or presentations during council, which, as you know, we've changed in the last few months, which offer residents more of an ability to hear back and forth. We hold workshops, we have virtual meetings. Obviously, elections are a form of public engagement. And then we have pop-ups and we do surveys as well. We also have more direct, I know the font's a little bit small, but we have more direct ways for residents to get involved in the decision-making process, and that's through advisory committees or management agreements. Councillors are also an important, take on an important role in engaging with the public through your constituency work, through the public input section of the agenda, through listening to scheduled presentations like the one we heard this morning from South Shore Public Library, through public hearings, and that's the formal ones through the MGA where you sit and you listen, and if you don't attend that public hearing, you can't vote on that topic. And then again, the council representation on the various advisory and management committee meetings. So we have some options here for improving public engagement. One is establishing more of a standard criteria for when the municipality will embark on public engagement, and that might result in increasing the number of projects that include a public engagement element. So currently, the decision to engage the public comes from different directions. It might come from the director who's at the onset of a project. It might come through council direction, either when a project is coming up in that year or through budget discussions. We also have the option to expand the diversity of engagement activities for each project. So incorporate more opportunities like pop-ups and stakeholder interviews and online platforms and in-person events. We could hold multiple events per project, so 4 to 6 open houses instead of just 1 or 2, or 1 open house and a pop-up and another thing. So these are sort of the expanding what we already do. I want to make a note, though, just for your thinking. We're not making decisions today specifically on like do X number of things per topic. But for instance, over the next few weeks, we're having an Osprey Village amendments info session as part of that amendment process. So that's an evening public engagement event. You just passed a motion to have a strategic priorities event, which will be February 6th. We have one established for the food hub, which is February 26th. And then council's also now approved 2 for, one at the end of February, one at the start of March for budget. So these are an example of most of these are still just one session and the calendar fills up. Model 2040, I believe the direction isn't confirmed yet, but it looks like council is going to ask to have a public information session in every single district. So that's another 10 meetings over the course of the summer. Cluster development, if I was listening correctly, it sounds like they're going to have an information session coming up soon. And then some other topics I do expect would have public engagement over the course of this spring, just from knowing what projects we have on the go, is the Pine Grove Playground and the Community Hub. So these are just the ones that I'm aware of now, and at our current level of typically 1 to 2 meetings, again, the calendar does fill up. So we also have an option to start experimenting with more innovative engagement activities. And this would be to try to reach people who aren't currently paying attention to how we engage with them or interested in engaging with us in those methods. So some of the things that are more detailed in the report are things like a virtual engagement room. So that's an online software. It would be linked in and collaborative with our engagement page, but where people could go online and actually virtually, not with anything on their face, but still click around and feel like they're looking at a room. They can click on boards, they can click on screens, they can play videos, just more physically looking of an experience, so a more visual experience. So that's an option. We could implement something like that. Some municipalities across Canada have done that. We could have counselor drop-in sessions established. So, you know, as an example, every Friday morning, noon to noon, or 9 till noon, there's a counselor in the external meeting room sitting there waiting for residents to come in and chat with them, whether residents come or not, or you take a chance. You know, it wouldn't have to be district specific, so people could just come ask a counselor. That's the kind of thing we could implement as well. Some municipalities have done things like lunch with the mayor, where you put your name in for a draw, and if your name is drawn, you go and you have lunch with the mayor and you get some one-on-one time with the mayor. So it would be small groups of people. So the mayor would have dinner with, or lunch or dinner with 2 or 3 people or 5 or 6 people. Large-scale interactive public installations are a very costly thing to pursue, but they are very engaging. They're popular in larger cities. So for instance, you would have, if you were talking about planning or Model 2040, we might make a little mini modal and set up, work with a fabrication company to set up property, Lego block, something where people can physically move things around and make suggestions, and they're very interactive. And these things can be staffed or they can be unstaffed. So you can have them somewhere like at the LCLC where people are just free to do what they want, and then regularly staff go and take photos or they look to see what people have done. And then host your own engagement packages are becoming increasingly popular. So what that would entail is that staff develop an engagement tool. So maybe a pre-recorded information session, and then materials, then you hand that out to people like the South Shore, the South Shore BIPOC group. So they would receive that, or maybe the libraries would receive it, or any other nonprofits or community groups. They take that and then they host it themselves. So you would provide them generally some funding so they can have food, have refreshments, rent a space if they need it, and then they do the engagement, they take all the notes, and then they submit that back to the municipality. So sometimes municipalities use that as a way to remove the council and remove the politicians and remove the staff from the process and let community be in conversation and then get that feedback. So I'm going to keep going with public communications. And we'll talk about all of the things at the end, but if you do have any questions up to this point about public engagement, it might be a good time. No? Okay. Oh.
Councillor Royko?
It wasn't necessarily a question, but more of a comment. When I was, jeepers. When I was campaigning, it wasn't so much that residents wanted to hear from me, because they did feel that they heard from me, that I was easily accessible through emails and phone calls, and that I answered them very promptly. Mostly it was the communication from council as a whole and information, not so much giving me information as it was them receiving it through our decisions and.
So that's the next topic. That's what we're going right over to.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because those ones that you just talked about was
Yeah.
mostly us.
It's about the
giving.
two-way, yeah.
Yeah, whereas it was mostly the other way.
Yeah, okay, so that's a great segue. We're gonna go talking about that now. So this is now we're talking about the one-way communication that MODL does. So we have a lot of different tactics. We start with the District of Lunenburg Digest, which is an email newsletter sent on the first of each month to just over 1,000 residents now. We promote that regularly on the front page at modl.ca. We promote it on Facebook, and we have run radio ads encouraging people to sign up for that email newsletter. It's not, their emails are not shared elsewhere, and they get in the first of the month. We use modl.ca, the main slider, so the very first thing you see when you click on. Also, there's a news section. We obviously have multiple Facebook pages. We use Municipal Matters, which is mailed to all residents quarterly. The mayor submits an article to the South Shore Breaker every month, which also is linked out of the District of Lunenburg Digest. And then we do deep dive into projects on the Engage site. We run print newspaper ads, we run radio ads, we submit news releases to media in the hopes that they'll do editorial coverage. We hold open houses that are, again, one way. So as an example, we did a breakfast with builders not that long ago to talk about coastal regulations. We do public meetings and public hearings. Again, that's more of a one-way. Think of that more of as a one-way because there's not a mechanism for giving feedback as much. Pop-ups we've done where we go out. So for instance, Lyme disease, I often have done pop-ups where I stand up at the Lunenburg Farmers Market or I attend the Michelin Social Club family event in the summer, and I just talk about the different messages we want to share. Attending community events, our staff attend those. We have direct mail as an option. It is definitely the costliest option, but people do like getting something right to their house. We hear that feedback a lot. It's I should have got a letter. Why didn't you send a letter? Why didn't you send a postcard? We can use the tax bill. We put messages on the back. Then we do media relations. So we work with the media to do interviews and have staff and council do interviews. Then our communications department of me is also responsible for organizing things like events like parades and flag raisings and proclamations. And then we have educational initiatives. So TICS and fire recruitment are two of our major public communication initiatives. So some options for improving public communication. We can increase the number of projects and issues that we proactively communicate about. So we can take things that we know that the public has shown interest in, and we know that through resident feedback, we know it through comments on our Facebook page, and we know it through counselors letting us know that they're being asked about these things. And we can develop more communication about those topics. We can increase the frequency of communications about projects. So as things happen, we can be more proactive again in talking about them more regularly. We can increase the use of bulk mail and targeted mail to inform residents. We can increase our advertising spend to broaden that reach. So for instance, instead of putting one small ad in the paper for 2 weeks in a row, maybe we put in 4 large ads for a couple of weeks in a row. Maybe even that issue might have 2 ads that look a little different to try and get more people's eyes on it. And then outlined in the report are some longer form write-ups about the innovative communication activities we can do. So we've talked about a District of Lunenburg app, some improved community storytelling, and then, or information centers set up in the municipality, and then the increased use of pop-ups, information sessions, and piggybacking. So again, going out and telling our story in the community at different things. So the New Germany community conversations, community cafe, is that what it's called, on Thursday morning. Sometimes I just go there, I just show up there and I've got brochures, or I'm like, I'm here to answer any questions you have about this topic. So we could look for more opportunities to do that kind of thing. I think the app one is probably going to create the most conversation when we move to the Q&A, so I'm happy to chat about that. I've done some research and reached out to some municipalities who have apps to talk to them about the services they can provide and the costs. And then we have some council meeting and procedures. Recent enhancements is now we do have enhanced public input at our meetings. We've talked about that. And now we live stream our committee meetings in addition to our council meetings. Has been a recent improvement. Some potential enhancements we could look at if council wants to give that direction is an evening council meeting. So moving one of the regularly scheduled council meetings to a 6 p.m. start or a 6:30 p.m. start. And having that every single month, and then also holding council and the community meetings more regularly. So I believe we've done 3 of those now: Riverport, New Germany, and Tancook. Am I missing any? Or Concro Bank, sorry, not Riverport. Concro Bank, Tancook, and New Germany. So we take this on the road, and we use an AV company because we tried to do it. We tried to sort of just low cost do it with what we had the first, and it was not successful because no one can hear us then on the streaming. Every counselor does need a mic, and we have to have the services to be able to stream. So with now that Modal has ensured that we have such high connectivity throughout Modal, we have a lot more options. Previously, we were very limited to where we could have these meetings because there wasn't internet capability at a lot of these halls. They all seem pretty good for that now. But we can essentially take this show and go out on the road and have regular or occasional meetings throughout the district, hire an AV company to assist us, and then generally the topics on that agenda are a little more targeted. So we would have fewer topics. The presentation would probably be from a community group in that area, and we would be talking specifically about something that's of interest to them. So just before we get into discussion, the resources. Again, there is only one FTE devoted to public engagement and communication at the municipality. That is not to say I work solely on my own. I'm very supported by the planning department, by the recreation department, when we have public engagement especially. And then our existing budgets have always built in financing or funding to have consultants do public engagement as well, although they do need a lot of hand-holding because they're not as embedded in the community. So they don't know which halls to book. They don't know what issues might be upsetting to residents. So there's still a lot of hand-holding that happens. The existing budget right now, we have about $30,000 that's committed to municipal matters. That's the cost to print it and deliver it at a 8 to 12, sometimes 16 pages size. Our software, so our licenses for like Engage.ca, for our Paradigm Reach, and for our intranet is $28,000 a year. And then we've allocated $26,000 a year to advertising, and that includes direct mail. So that $26,000 covers all of the advertising we do for all of the things at the municipality. These are not specifically things, the $3,000, $7,000, and $13,000 is just to give you an idea of what it might cost. So we do this very sparingly, and generally we build that into a project-specific budget. So when we had a flood risk, over inland flood risk, we did a direct mail to all residents in those areas. The cost of something like that is $7,000 to $13,000 every time you want to send a single piece of paper out in an envelope. It's very high. And then we have up to $20,000 in project-specific engagement costs. And then each year we spend $25,000 on Lyme disease and fire recruitment and retention promotion. So it's about half for each. One half is Lyme, so it's radio ads talking about Lyme disease. It's handouts like the tick keys that we used to have. And then the fire and recruitment and retention is very specifically about radio ads around fire service recruitment, and then that fire service newsletter that goes out to every resident in September-ish and talks about its community profiles and volunteer profiles and tries to encourage people to volunteer for the fire department. So next steps, we're going to open the floor to discussion so I can take feedback. What I'll take from that is I'll prepare a revised strategic public engagement communication plan based on that discussion today for committee consideration or for consideration into the budget process. So to move forward with the revisions that I'll make, council will need to prioritize investments in staffing and budget allocations through the upcoming budget deliberations. So like any other strategic plan, we can put in things we want to do, and then each budget cycle, then budget is allocated that, so we can make those things happen. So through the chair, I'll let you lead conversation.
Thank you so much. Up first, we have Councillor Moore.
Thank you. We do our own live streaming, of course, but we have someone else that live streams us also. Are we able to, if there's comments on, I think it's called Blue Sky or something, I talked to Alex about this morning. It's the Christie that sits at the table down there sometimes. Are we able to see the comments that are on that live stream to see if there's anything people are commenting on that's not watching our live stream? Or is it all the same? I don't know.
So MODL doesn't, Blue Skies is very much like it's on Twitter, it's on Facebook. Modal doesn't have a Blue Skies account, and I don't personally one, so I'm not even sort of monitoring that one in my personal time. So if a Blue Sky account, it'd be much like creating an Instagram account or a TikTok account. If you wanted to provide direction, we would put that in as something for us to pursue. But at this time, we do not officially monitor any comments on Blue Sky on anyone's feeds, including the gentleman that's live streaming.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, just to clarify for Kathy, I saw it's not live streaming so much as like live tweeting.
Oh.
So he's just writing what is coming up in the council meeting. And, yeah, if people comment, they comment, but.
Okay, good. Oh, right, okay. I thought maybe we was live streaming two different ways or something.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Oikle.
Bulk mail. So I know we do the municipal matters bulk mail. Are the unaddressed brochures and postcards bulk mail and unaddressed letters in an envelope, are those also bulk mail?
The inexpensive ones are bulk mail, yes. So if it's addressed, and it goes in regular, but the other ones are all bulk mail pricing.
So I just want to, and I have said this before, in that when I was campaigning at one of the apartments and in some of the areas that have general mailboxes, specifically the municipal matters is tossed to the side because it is considered flyer.
it's flyers,
A flyer. And so
absolutely.
many people do not get it. So I would like us to consider, and I know it is more expensive, is to mail them out to people.
Individually addressed for
Yes,
municipal
yeah,
matters?
so that
Okay.
people
I
have
can get
them.
pricing on
would,
that, yeah.
You know, like, for that.
Counselor Brooks.
What kind of metrics are you using at the moment to gauge the effectiveness of the communication channels we're already using? I know it's easier when it's a digital format. I would presume we have next to no statistics about how many people read municipal matters. Can you talk about that?
I can tell you when I make a mistake in it. It definitely is noticed by a lot of people. But yes, we don't currently have any metrics to see how many people are reading or looking at municipal matters. We certainly could hire a firm to, and we have hired in the past organizations to to call us random selection of residents and see if they're reading municipal matters and get a number that would be able to extrapolate to see how many residents read it. We don't currently do that. We have never put funding towards hiring that service. Regularly, I attend the Home and Garden Show that's held at the LCLC in the spring. I believe I saw quite a few counselors there this year. I stand there, and my job when I'm standing there is to get qualitative conversation happening with residents. Do you read municipal matters? Are you signed up for our email newsletter? You know, I got 400 people to sign up for that District of Lunenburg Digest this year when I attended that. It's definitely again, qualitative. So I'm just asking people their thoughts. It's not something that's quantitative that I can take and say, yes, 40% of residents read this or listen to the radio or do these things. I can also see our Facebook stats, so there's quite a few insights there. I can see how many people in this geographic district are seeing our posts, liking them, commenting on them, sharing them. So that gives us more data that's a very, I know a lot of people say, I don't have Facebook. People telling us they don't have Facebook, but a lot of people comment on our Facebook. We've had hundreds of comments just in the last 2 weeks alone on our different various Facebook posts. So, yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I think as we collectively think about a potential digital device to up our communication game, one thing that excites me is that it's measurable. And we know how long they've read the page. We know how much they've read the page. My concern about upping a budget for something like an analog form of communication is, do we know if it's got any effectiveness? I think there might be some things to explore about how to, even if it is the municipal matters, how to get people to engage back, saying, yeah, I read it. Is it a little a QR code in the back, and we offer some sort of interesting thing to the LCLC to say, hey, you read it, send us your proof, and engage that way. But I'm leery on analog. I understand we need it for portions of our community that are older and don't have access or don't desire to do it the other way. But I think we need to be careful going forward.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
We've had lots of conversations about this, and I think you've heard a general consensus that we need to do better at our communication and public engagement. But with that, we have to be prepared to commit resources to it. I mean, you're one person's, and with some supporting help. But the reality is, if you're already maxed out, that when we start to come to budget discussions, we're going to have to put money to this. And I think what will be important in that, and I'm not the expert on communication and public engagement, you are. So for my purposes, it will be important that knowing that we're generally committed to this and recognizing that there isn't an unlimited pot of money, I think it will be important you make some recommendations to us. You're the person with the expertise, with the knowledge now and a general sense that there is a general agreement here to do more things, or to do some of the things that we're doing, do them better. And to Councillor Brooks' point, build in some evaluation to what we're doing, albeit maybe it's qualitative, maybe it is your suggestion about the QR code, but that we build that in so that going forward, we have a better understanding of what has been effective, what we can add to, and build out over the term that we have. So I would rather you come back recognizing that we may have to tweak your budget a little bit, but that you give us your best recommendations in terms of how you've been at this for a while. You can see where we could maybe do better, and I would take recommendations from you and narrow it down in a way when we get to the budget process. I personally am comfortable with that because I think there's a lot of tools here that can be used, and I think there is a willingness from all of us to be more active in the communication and public engagement piece, but we need the tools and the framework to work within.
Is it okay if I speak to that for a minute through the chair? So right off the top of my head, and I mean, I've thought deeply about this for a long time. I think a lot of staff always like, if I could spend more money and have more, I would do this. Like, there's definitely lots of things that, it's never been a shortage of desire to do more things for any staff I've ever talked to at this municipality and my last municipality. It's always resources. So the things that I would like to put in as recommendations when I come back, I think an app is very interesting to me. I would like to temper council's expectations of an app, because the reality is there is no app out there that can do this sort of gold standard, like let you pay your tax bills online. That doesn't exist in Canada. I wasn't able to find any municipality that has it. Our Town Suite financial software doesn't permit us to do that. So we would have to wholesale switch our financial software. But there are definitely lots of municipalities with apps that let you get notifications, and that red dot notification is very valuable to getting people to say, oh, something's new, I'll go look at it. So that push to the phone. So an app is really on my top of wish list, and I think would move the needle for us on having people see our news. More communication about council meetings, committee meetings are a fundamental way that people can deep dive into the things they're interested about. But right now, we don't really have a mechanism to share what's on the upcoming agenda and what decisions did council make, other than that passive putting it up on the website and then people remembering to go take a look. So bringing people's attention more to things is something I'd like to spend more time, but that is that's inexpensive. There's no cost to that, but it's resource intensive. And then more forms of public engagement. So if we're going to have one open house, we also try to have it in a way that we can stream that open house, or do a pop-up as well. So we rely less on one form only. But that one's resource heavy for staff, but it's also a big resource commitment from council. So if I'm looking around at nodding heads, though, which makes you think I can put that in as a piece. So if you had any other thoughts that I really should spend my time on fleshing out other than those sort of three, I definitely want to hear it. But that's where I would say this could be a good use of our time and resources.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you. I really like the idea of doing the council meetings in the community. That from residents that I talked to, that was something they wanted more of, is things they could access in the community. So I have a two-part question. You mentioned there's a bit of a cost attached to that. I think you said $5,000. Yeah.
Can we compare it to a cost to having a meeting here? I'm sure it's not as high, but there must be some cost from like staff resources.
There really
and
isn't a cost to having them
Okay.
here because they're already here.
Okay.
So that cost is already embedded in the operations of the
Okay.
government. It's that we have to hire an external AV company,
Right.
and then we have to provide refreshments, and we have to do a hall rental. So,
Okay.
yeah, that's sort of where that cost comes from.
Okay. My other question was, were the ones you did successful, or what would you say about the ones that you did?
Very successful,
Okay.
absolutely very successful. We made sure that the agenda was topical to that community, and then we shortened some of the other pieces to make it just go smoothly and go quickly, and they really appreciated it. Yeah, they were very successful.
Counselor Smith?
I just wanted to make a comment about municipal matters, because I got some printed out during the the postal strike, and took them around in the community. And honestly, I felt like Santa Claus. Because I was like, how do people love municipal matters this much? But like, I went into the community cafe in New Germany, and I was like, does anyone want one? And people were raising their hands, and I just like, I would love to see it evaluated for like how much are people reading it, because I think we might be pleasantly surprised by how much people value that analog document.
Further to what Counselor Smith said as well, I also have residents that when they don't get it, they let me know. They use that as a tool, and I know we're very of the day of not printing stuff, but we still have residents that like that hand-on newsletter that we put out, and I'd love to see us build on that if we can. Maybe we need more pages, maybe we need more community spotlight. They like the pictures, they like feeling like they have that at their hands. Counselor Brooks.
The AV cost to do remote council meetings, have we tendered a few bids for that?
No, not yet, because I haven't gotten direction council, but I did call 6 AV companies from Halifax, and only one is willing to come out to the South Shore in the evenings for that, so that's the pricing. Part of the pricing is from them, the rest is venue and food.
And so there's no local folks on the South Shore who are willing to engage with
Not
this?
that I was able to find, but again, if we move forward with that, we would do a standard tender process, so hopefully those companies would come out of the woodwork.
Because, for example, I know in Riverport, the council would be given the community center for free. There wouldn't be, that's a community activity, and there wouldn't be a cost associated with that. So, 5,000 feels a lot. I think would be good if we get to that place to sort of see who locally might be willing to do it for lower cost, because I think we want to do this. I think we want to do it, and I don't think we want cost to be the thing that prevents us from doing it. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there any other questions or comments for Sarah? Counselor Burns.
I'll finish coughing before I turn that on. My question, because I know things are more successful when the councilors are promoting it, and I know that there's a lot of appetite from councilors to be able to communicate in and out of the communities a lot more. My question is really around, and perhaps this is before my time, I think it was last council where remuneration was changed, and maybe this was part of the remuneration discussion, was like very smaller but reasonable budgets to facilitate some communication into the community by councilors. And like, this isn't something that I would want you to spend half a day on or something researching, but if there are other like municipalities of similar size and scope as ours, what do they do for councilors? Is it sort of on all their own prerogative to make sure, prerogative and budget to get out if they want to do a community newsletter versus not, et cetera? I know, like, I just told my residents that I was going to do an e-newsletter, and on a post that got like 8 likes, and under an hour I had 50 people sign up, right? I've never had 50 people sign up in my district or express that much interest, except for the one post where I said that I was going to run and my family in Halifax liked it. It was it kind of surprised me, the appetite for that type of communication, and for me, it was just like, my mind goes to how are ways that we could communicate with our residents, and I think it would also, in districts that are larger geographically than mine, I think it would also be helpful for councillors to be able to do that kind of thing, because there's just no way to physically reach the people that we want to reach. And social media just is not going to reach people in the same way either.
So just in terms of the council's expense policy is on your agenda today. Municipal Affairs requires it to be reviewed at the beginning of every term. So that's where the change would go in terms of budgeting. Currently, there's nothing in that permits your expense account to be used for something like a community newsletter that you would publish. So we have had a council member in the past who did it, and he did it out of his own pocket, designed it himself, wrote it himself, printed it himself, distributed it himself. It's not, it would be an eligible expense if council amended their policy, and that is something we could do if council likes to look at other municipalities of similar sizes to see if they do have that.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And to be clear, I'm not going to propose that today. I'd only do it sort of in concert of the greater everything else. Thank you.
I don't have anybody on my list next to speak, but just want to point out that the first motion for this topic is for staff to take away what they heard today and come back with that plan. So is there any other comments or questions on the report before you today so that staff are prepared to go away with that?
I just want to speak to the motion. I think in the report, we had said come back for committee discussion. Given the timelines with budget, and I believe we changed the motion to put it into the budget deliberations. So I'm also looking for direction on that. Do you want it? It's in for budget? Okay. So just to make it clear, the recommendations will go into budget versus coming back to this committee for further discussion, as long as you're okay with that. Okay.
I'm going to turn it back over to you. Oh, Councillor Oikel.
Just one thing that what I've been hearing here isn't so much, as I had said before, of people wanting to communicate with us, but it's our communication to them, so that the suggestions you come back with, I hope, are more focused on that rather than the other way around.
Councillor Brooks.
I guess this is just one little footnote, but I would like the council to consider in the future when a new council is formed. I would have loved to have seen a mail out from Modal with every one of the councillors on it and their contact and their faces, and meet your 2024-25 council, and be very upfront about it, and don't necessarily if we do it, we can do a digital copy, we can do a mail out copy, we can do all of those. But I think it's a good first step for us to say, here we are. Here's your council. Here are the districts that they represent. That was something that I learned during the election process, that a lot of people didn't know where they lived, or district-wise. And so I would be in favor of seeing something like that go out in a communication piece, so that they know right away we're not hiding. We're very upfront, and you can come talk to us.
Expanding on what Councillor Brooks says, Municipal Matters in their issue does do a meet your new council, but I like the idea of maybe having a little piece from each of us in there to say, this is me, this was my background, this is what else I do. That might be a way to make it more personal. I realize we can't do that for another 4 years, and whichever council is here will make that decision, but that might be a good idea to do that.
I mean, when we talk about enhancing communication, like that's literally, I'll be looking for more content. If we're going to tell more stories, that falls under tell more stories, in my opinion. So it would be, I could sit with each of you, get a little blurb, you can write it yourself, or I can help you write it, and share a photo and put that on our Facebook page, put it in an issue of Municipal Matters. That all falls under enhanced content for sure.
So ideally, that's something we could do sooner than and later at a low cost, probably, if we're taking care of it ourselves. Okay. So one last final comment, and then we're going to put a motion on the floor.
Well, if we're talking about the stories, I think having stories about individual communities and how that community got its name, or historic things that happened in that community, might be of interest to our residents and also help with having communities feel connected to where they live and to one another.
Would somebody like to bring forward the first motion? Councillor Hubley.
To the Chair and members of Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee direct staff to prepare a revised strategic public engagement and communication plan based on the discussion today and forward to the 2025-26 budget deliberation process. And I so move.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Oikel. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Would someone bring forward the next motion, please? Mayor McLean-Weil?
To the Chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council pass a resolution to set a meeting time of 6 p.m. for the Council meeting regularly held on the second week of the month, beginning April 8th, 2025. I so move.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Councillor Moore, discussion on the motion. Councillor Bell.
I know this is something that was expressed as an interest to try to see if more public would come. I only question if 6 o'clock is too early to start for someone who works in the community, wants to go home and have supper and arrive here. Would 6:30 or 7 o'clock be too late to start it? It's my intention to try to have people come here, but if you're picking up kids at daycare, going home, trying to provide proper nourishment, I think that's rushing for people who work outside the home.
My comment would be, I think it's better than what we've been doing. So to accommodate people who may be working, my concern is if we start pushing it, we're going to be here later. And, you know, I kind of go on the basis, I never make good decisions after 8 o'clock at night. So I've had a lifetime of that. And so I don't know, I respect your concern, but I think it's a step towards maybe making us more accessible to people who work through the day. And I am concerned that it might, if we push it to 7, even 6:30, you know, we're gonna be pushing, trying to get through the agenda in a reasonable amount of time so that we make good decisions. But
Councillor DeLong.
I'm with the mayor regarding the time. I don't think I'd want to push it any later. I'm wondering, what was the rationale for the second Tuesday rather than the 4th, or is there one?
Just a small preference because larger committees like the MJSB and the LCLC usually meet later in the month.
Okay.
So we thought that would spread out the burden a little bit on some council members who are appointed to those boards. Yeah. But we've simply provided a sample date and time for you to move one, and it's council's prerogative to establish when you want to meet. So by all means, adjust if required.
I'm going to need a babysitter on that night because my husband also has meetings, but, you know, I'm one person, so.
Just a comment from myself. I'm excited to start this. It's something that I've definitely heard from my residents. I think this was one of the first things I brought up to this council. And keeping in mind what Councillor Bell says, we try it. We try the 6 o'clock. We're not locked in stone for 4 years or even a year. We can make adjustment. Let's just have consistency so the residents know what to expect. Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. I think that if we start at 6 o'clock and they know that it's going to happen, people will make arrangements to be able to come for 6. I'm just wondering about why April the 8th? Why not March or February? What was the particular reason for April the 8th?
Again, we just picked a date. The consideration for a little bit later is we are adjusting schedules for staff as a result. So that provided a little more room. We also have some budget engagement coming up, which is also placing an increased burden on the amount of bank time or overtime that staff will have to do, and that means family accommodations on that side, but it's certainly not set in stone. Yeah.
Counselor Reinhardt.
Thank you. I think this is a really good thing to try. I'm just wondering if we should have, and I know it's not written in stone, but is there a point where we should evaluate whether it is working or not? And should we be specific about that date or not?
An excellent question and an important one. I've heard the word evaluation a number of times. In order to do evaluation, you have to be clear about your outcomes up front. And that is actually a question for council. Staff can help you work through those questions, but if council wants to see this happen in the evening, what is your goal? So what is the outcome you're trying to achieve, and then how would you like that measured? Our experience in the past is that attendance is usually more driven by the issue than the timing of the meeting. So you may want to temper your expectations on that front. So you have that question of you need to define your outcome. Then you have to decide how you're going to measure that outcome. And then you've got to set a time frame. And then we can bring that forward for you. So sorry to answer your question with several more questions.
Counselor Brooks, and then Moore.
And I presume if we do this, for example, you may be there with us to do some dynamic data gathering right at the time and get some feedback from constituents. Is this working for you? Do you like this? How's the time? Is the format something that you would return to? Is it, as you say, issue dominated, or is it, just wanting to be connected to the council? So I would imagine that even the very first time we do it, we're probably going to get a wealth of information back from folks who come out, hopefully, yeah.
Counselor Moore?
As Councillor Bell and myself remember, this was done before, and I can't remember the term. It was back quite a few. And it was moved because of reasons of people's work and because of the public thinking that they wanted to come in. There was no change. There was not, the public did not show up like we thought they were. But now that our issues are out there more and social media and all that kind of stuff, I'm hoping that the public do realize that we're doing this for them, that if they want to show up, because they work through the day, it's their opportunity and that they do show up.
Okay, so we'll move on to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Moving down to 9.1.3, new MODL Policy 102 Audit Committee, and we have our Director of Finance, Elena Wenzel, and Municipal Clerk, April Wynot-Lonis, who will be carrying us through this discussion.
Good. So thank you, Madam Chair. You have before you, or the committee has before them, a new policy, which is actually taking a terms of reference and putting it into a policy for the Audit Committee. So the Financial Reporting and Accounting Manual, which is the FRAM, is a regulation prescribed pursuant to the MGA. And it just defines a system for accounting to be used by the municipalities. And it also prescribes the minimum requirements for expense and hospitality policies that each municipality must have, as well as requirements for the Audit Committee policy or terms of reference. These policies must be readopted or amended by Municipal Council by January 31st of immediately following any regular election. So when the FRAM was introduced in 2017, the District of Lunenburg already had an Audit Committee. So we made the decision that because of that, and because it was comprised of all council members, we would just update the terms of reference for the committee, and that would satisfy the requirements of the FRAM. However, we do believe that changing the terms of reference to a policy makes it more publicly transparent to what the committee's responsibility is, because the terms of reference aren't something that we post regularly. They're kind of hidden away for just the committee's information. So some of the things that this Audit Committee policy has to include, which are this enclosed policy does meet these minimum requirements. It defines the purpose and role of the Audit Committee and the Audit Committee's purpose, and functions must comply with certain sections of the Act. It outlines the composition of the Audit Committee, and the Audit Committee composition must also comply with that section. It identifies membership terms for independent members. It establishes meeting requirements and quorum. It requires the terms of reference or engagement terms for every audit or special purpose engagement. It outlines the required training for Audit Committee members. The required Audit Committee training must also comply with that section, and it outlines reporting requirements. So Council can make a decision to continue with the existing terms of reference format and adopt it with or without amendments, or you could take staff's recommendation and turn it into a policy and give 7 days' notice.
And just so, I just add a little bit about the policy directly. Within that policy, you will see that it has lots of gray and strikeout. That kind of gives you an overview of what's been added, what's been removed. We've tried to make the policy fit our accessibility formatting standards, and we've also tried to tidy up some of the language to try to help make things a little bit clearer within the document itself. So that's kind of the structure. The next version you would see that would come to council will have all this, if council approves it as is or has some changes, it would be a clean version of what this would look like so that it's clear for you to really understand it and read it. The biggest thing that we did add in here was a definition of financial literate, the meaning. That's under the FRAM legislation, I do believe. And the terms of reference previously kind of reference the fact that the person that would sit on as a member at large would have to have some form of designation. And the FRAM legislation really doesn't require that. It just says you have to have an understanding in this literature, and that's why we added that into this to make it clear, so that when we advertise for members at large, that we may have people who may put their name forward more because we have had a vacancy for that position for several years. And that would be pretty much the new piece that I would add.
I'm going to recommend that we put the motion on the floor, and then if there's debate or questions, we can address them then. Is there somebody willing to put that motion forward? Councillor Moore.
To the Chair and members of Policy Strategy Committee, I move that the policy, where am I? Okay, I move that the Policy Strategy Committee recommend to Council that Municipal Council adopt the new Policy 102 Audit Committee as presented and hereby gives 7 days' notice to Council's intention to adopt on January 28, 2025, and I so move.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. Discussion on the motion. Everybody's quiet now. Councillor Burns.
My question really is, before we said up to 2 members of the public, and now we're saying a minimum of 1. So did we have trouble filling the 2 seats? I guess my question is, yeah.
We have trouble filling one.
Through the chair, to answer Councillor Burns, we had trouble filling 1 member at large. It's not a popular committee. I think reviewing financial statements with council as a member at large probably seems daunting to a lot of the general public. And so we are hoping by, kind of removing that requirement, saying if you're financially literate, if you have an interest in sitting and, helping guide council, reading their financials and speaking with their auditor about what the audit plans are and those kinds of things, that perhaps, we would maybe find more people. And I think we do have a little bit of interest. We did meet as a nominating committee today. So my hope is that, we will be able to at least fill 1 position.
Seeing no further hands, we'll move to the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. So moving down to 9.1.4, repeal and replace policy 003, council members' remuneration, benefits, and expenses. And we will have our municipal clerk, April Wynot-Lonis, and Elena Wenzel, Director of Finance, take that discussion.
I can start it, April. So this is policy number 2 of 3 that you have to look at before January 31st and pass a motion on. So we do have a council members remuneration, benefits, and expenses policy. So what our municipal clerk did do, and she and I have looked at all of these together, is, make the policies more accessible, make them easier to understand. And, I think we made some, clarification in the policy itself, but it does kind of dictate how, how you're paid, how CPI would work for regular pay increases to keep up with cost of living, how your expenses and travel claims should be made, what the requirements are under the Act for posting those expenses, which we do make sure that we need them by a certain amount of time from council so that we can get them online, because we do have a requirement that after each quarter, that within 90 days they are posted for public viewing. It also includes your mileage rates and, yes, and what may be eligible or ineligible.
I think Helena has kind of covered most of the changes. There are 2 questions that were raised to us from members earlier, and one was in relation to section 10.4, and 10.4 is regarding the clarification around when council meets during a regular Tuesday scheduled meeting, whether or not the way the policy is written, it says that you can't claim the meal. So for greater clarity, I'm trying to think what we discussed, Elena. It's different than what.
We had thought at some point, sometimes we provide a meal if we know the meeting's going to go long, so we wouldn't want councilors to expense a meal and claim a meal, like have it provide, like if the meal's provided, you certainly wouldn't want to double dip, I guess we could say that word, by claiming a meal as well. However, council is responsible for your own budget. You're responsible to make the decision on whether or not you're going to claim a meal or for whatever reason. And so we could remove the line entirely. It could just say that, because you have a meeting that's taking place during the day, you're eligible for a meal reimbursement, period. If that would be more helpful for council and make it more.
No, just, the other rationale behind us talking about removing that statement is this is very focused when we tried to clarify it, that it was when you have that meeting and lunch is not approved. But if you was to, an example we came up with is if you were here today for a meeting and it ended at noon hour, but you had another meeting that was coming up this evening that basically says you wouldn't be able to claim, and you was to stay here and do other work and stuff, you wouldn't be able to claim a dinner meal type of thing. Or you had a meeting that ends today, will be a late one, and if you had another meeting, it would say that you can't claim a meal. So we're thinking that would make sense to not be able to claim a supper meal then too. So removing it and allowing the counselors to make the decision on whether or not you're claiming a meal is your accountability, and you would do the submission of your receipts and stuff accordingly.
There are some questions. Councillor Oikel.
So the second line, for greater clarity, lunchtime meals, noon, on council, finance, policy, and strategy committee meetings are not eligible for reimbursement. So if we look at today, right, this was today, that says that we're not able to claim our lunchtime meal that we got today, right? But for me to go home and do it all and come back would have cost more than my going out and buying my meal to the public because of the mileage. So I'm just wondering about having somehow that when we're staying, that we can go out and get, because it was cheaper. It was, cheaper. for me to do. So I'm just wondering.
And certainly, through the chair, to your point, Councillor Oikle, that's why we thought perhaps after the first sentence, that, you know, if you had more than one meeting in a day and chose not to travel from the meeting site to their place of residence in between meetings are eligible for meal reimbursement, period. And just get rid of the rest of it. That was our suggestion, that therefore it would be the onus on the councillor to make a determination what's in the best interest of the taxpayer, and that would be your decision. It shouldn't be driven by policy.
Councillor Moore, then Hubley, then DeLong.
I'll pass. I was basically going to agree with what Elena just said, to remove it, remove the gray area, and we be responsible for our budget.
I'm still struggling with this one just a little bit. We're still saying that if we're required to attend more than one meeting per day, okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and for what I'm gathering, by removing that, then it's up to us to decide whether we do that. I mean, some of us bring our lunch, some of us, like, it's all different options, so it's up to each individual counselor what they choose to do. Okay. So let's put is there any other items or for discussion that you wanted to bring up before we put it for motion? Okay. Councillor Burns.
Thank you very much. My question was just under the benefits, the health and dental insurance benefits. I assume for subsection 2, I'm kind of assuming that this is more of an update just due to like our group plan and what we're paying anyway. So is this more of just reflecting reality, or is it a change in what we offer?
It is, through to the chair, it is a change because this is what we offer, and so it should have been updated the last time we did this, and it was not, because those percentages were changed. I'm going to say, yeah, at different times, so this was already in place, and we didn't get this one updated.
All right. So if anyone asked, I'd say that today I didn't vote to increase our benefits.
No, you did not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Moore.
And that's what I went on the recording also. When some people I know look at this agenda, they'll see repeal and replace policy 003, and the next thing they'll see is remuneration. And then we'll have them here saying that we gave ourselves a raise. There is no budget implications. Nobody's getting a raise. It's just legal requirement to make sure the words are correct in the policy. Thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
Thanks. I am curious about a point that was raised earlier, if we need to look at our expense budget to, if we're looking to increase communications and counselors want to do a newsletter or some such, is this an expense that we want to have within our policy? Is this something that we need to look at today?
So it's certainly within council's ability, if you wanted to clarify that eligible expenses include that. Currently, the legislative and administrative services budget for the municipality includes council expenses. And so there is funding included in a sort of general account for each council member, which allows for mileage to traveling to meetings. Other constituency related, other meetings related travel. There's some funds there for general expenses such as mobile phones and equipment. There's professional development and conferences, and then there's a special budget for training and education. And it's likely, unless well, the policy states that it's council members' responsibility to manage that budget, and it's likely that you could make that change and still be able to produce a small newsletter for your area and have it be an eligible expense without a significant or any budget impact. But we haven't done any research on that, so we could look at what other municipalities are doing. It would be helpful if that's where council wants us to go to get that direction.
If I can give my thoughts on that, I think, yeah, we don't need to make the change today, but if we could direct staff to look at whether or not this should be an eligible expense and whether it comes with any budgetary implications, I'd be happy to make that motion.
Do we need a motion for that, Alex, where it's direction to look into that?
I would prefer one just simply because it's not an area that staff are looking at. We had thought, here's the mandatory review of your policy, and then we were going to move on to other things. This would be saying, do some additional research on council expenses.
Councillor Moore.
I would not be in favor of increasing our budget for our personal newsletters to go out, the ones that are doing personal newsletters. I think that if you're going to do that, it should be out of your own expense, and I'm going to stick to that, being here as long as I have, to increase the budget so that you can put out a newsletter where taxpayers are already paying for municipal matters that go out, and I don't think that they should have to pay for it. I mean, no disrespect. I don't think they should have to pay for a district newsletter.
Can I just speak to that real quick? I don't think that there should be a budget increase either. I just think that our personal expense budget should be allowed to cover newsletter costs if we wish.
I hope the motion says that.
So Councillor DeLong, do you want to bring that motion forward to see if? No motion yet, so now would be the time to do that, and then we can move on to the other motion.
Sure. Okay, forgive me as I struggle through this. To the chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that we direct staff to research how to add language to this policy about councillor district newsletters. Does that cover it? Okay, I so move. With no budget implications.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Oh. Councillor Smith. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Moore.
And I honestly mean no disrespect to the new councillors that want to put out their newsletter. I think it's great. I think it's wonderful. You guys are representing your district. You're doing a really good job. But I do think that you have to find room in what you're allocated now to spend in order to do this. Increasing it could be, if it costs you, I don't know if you mail them out, it's going to cost you. If you hand deliver them, if you print them yourself, if you take them to Staples and print them. But there is a cost involved, and I want that to be able to fit within our policy of what we can, what's it called?
Expense.
Council expense account, and work it within there. And I have no problem with the newsletter, but I mean, we could have, if we could say, we could increase the budget, and somebody might have a shiny 3-sided brochure, and somebody might have one just piece of paper, and it's all, and that's fine. But I think we have to work with it within our own budget.
Okay. So we have a mover and a seconder. We're dealing with discussion on the motion. I have Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I just want to put some numbers to this, to the chair, I guess. I put out a newsletter. It costs me $30 a month. So I think that's the realm that we're talking about, which is essentially 1 or 2 lunches. And it provides a lot of value for residents. And I actually feel more comfortable claiming something like that than, lunch on a day when I'm at work. So that's why I seconded the motion, and I think it should be an allowable expense, and it's super cost effective to put these out now with all the software that's available now.
Councillor Bell.
So we've established it clearly that we were reallocating existing funds, i.e. training, maybe now going for brochures or something like that. I think that was important to Councillor Moore to say it's reallocating rather than adding. I will note, I've done 3 Facebook pages, a web page, and printed brochures and e-brochures for years. I have never submitted a bill, and you can do that for $3,000 a year. So, and I will not be putting any bill in the future.
Let's call for the vote. All those in favor, please.
Can we have that motion read again, please?
Okay. We're asked to have the motion read again.
You might have done it to me. I
Go
just
for it,
want to make
Joanne.
sure words are right.
Don't bark at me. Direct staff to research how to add language to this policy to add counselors' newsletter with no budget implications.
Okay. So just because I didn't originally see the hands, I'm going to do all those in favor again. Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Bell and myself. Motion passed. So we have one more item under Administration Department. We'll try to get through, and then we'll do a 5-minute leg stretch. Oh, no, we didn't. We're not done yet. Let's back up for a second here. Is there somebody that will bring forward the motion under 9.1.4? Repeal and replace policy 003, council members' remuneration, benefits, and expenses. Councillor Oikel.
Okay. To the Chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommend to Council that Municipal Council repels and replaces policy 003, council members' remuneration, benefits, and expenses as presented, and hereby gives 7 days' notice of council's intention to repel and replace on January 28th, 2025, and I so move.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Moore. Discussion on the motion. Councillor DeLong.
I have a question for clarification about eligible travel expenses within the policy. What is the rationale for not allowing travel for constituency work within the districts that we represent?
My understanding, and this is, I don't have documentation to support this, this is, I guess, verbal institutional knowledge, is that it is somewhat related to a previous tax regime where different expenses were, and different forms of remuneration were either taxable or not taxable. And I believe that there was also some thought around the ability to verify the reasonableness of an expense. So if you're traveling within your constituency, it might be harder to say, well, I was going to my neighbor so-and-so's house and it was a social call versus not, versus if you're traveling outside of your district, you're going to a meeting and it's easier to demonstrate to a resident that you have been there on council business. But that's the extent of information I'm able to provide on my understanding of why that piece of the policy is the way it is.
If it pleases the chair, I could add something to that. So it might be 10 years ago now, but don't quote me on that. Counselor's pay used to include 1/3 that was not taxable. And that 1/3 was to be used for traveling within your district, or perhaps, doing other things like office supplies and things like that, like general things you might need. So it wasn't a claimable expense at the time because it was not taxable. When it got changed, that all remuneration for council was taxable, the council decided to continue with that policy, that those, like mileage within your district couldn't be claimed. It's not to say that it can't, we can't change the policy, like this is your policy for sure. But I think that was part of the rationale behind it. It had to do with that non-taxable allowance that counselors used to get, which they no longer receive.
It strikes me that it should be covered somewhere, like if it's not allowable, there should be something written about why not. And if it's something that was part of remuneration that counselors used to receive because part of their income was not taxable as a result, then perhaps it should be an allowable expense. I'm not sure where I stand on this.
We do have a mover and a seconder. I'm not seeing any further hands, so we will call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now we will move down to 9.1.5, amend and readopt policy 077, gifts and hospitality. And again, Elena and April will lead that discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll start like I did before, and if the clerk, April, has anything to add, I'm sure I'll miss some things. So this is another policy that does have to be looked at by municipal council and adopted or readopted. So the gifts and hospitality is a policy that discuss what is, what are eligible, what kind of gifts are eligible, what kind of expenses could be eligible under a hospitality, whether it's alcohol. If you do it, because you have to have a hospitality under the policy under the Act, it's pretty stringent about what that can be. And if you're, if you have municipal business activities or perhaps wining and dining, perhaps new, businesses to come to the area or someone else to perhaps, put on a big event, then the province had decided at one point that this was very important, that municipalities were very transparent about what they were spending on hospitality. So we already did have kind of a gift policy where, municipal pins or maybe some lower priced items that you might take to a conference or things like that. So we have policies around that. But the hospitality one certainly is a big one, and that's something that does have to be reported every quarter as well. So it's important that you kind of have an understanding of what that means, and we have looked actually for some clarification on hospitality with the province, because it's quite vague on what it says hospitality is, and every municipality seems to have its own interpretation of it. My interpretation of it, perhaps incorrectly, because I don't know for sure, but my interpretation always has been that if you're doing a public engagement session, inviting all of the residents of the municipality, that's not hospitality. Right. And so we've never really reported hospitality here because we don't tend to do those kinds of targeted, business events that might, anyway, my opinion is that we haven't had any, but the province might tell me we have. So we are going to get further advice from our municipal advisor on that, because some municipalities do say, oh, we've had a public engagement session and it costs us much money. But that's part of normal business for municipalities, in my opinion. So anyway, long story short, so we do have, what kind of allowable expenses there are and what kind of gifts are allowable under the policy, and April did a good job of making some, clarification and accessibility amendments to it. So I'll leave it to her to talk about it further.
And the biggest items that you will see is that we've added under, let me just see, addition of room and venue under the allowable expenses, because that was not part of the policy previously. I just got to find it here.
2C?
Oh, thanks. 2C, allowable expenses, and it lists out what's allowed. We just added in there room/venue rentals, because that wasn't part of it. So it was a question, we probably should add it, because that's typically one of your higher costs when if you are doing things, if you have to have a location to do things, you have to pay for that as an allowable expense for that. The other item is under 4.2. We've added a clause when expensing costs associated. This policy is not to be used when expensing costs associated with municipal employee-only events. So this would be things, I would think the example that would be like the staff at the holiday season, we do the gathering, the dinner together, that would be considered a staff-only type of function. And also under 7.4, there's a section under authorization, and that we've added in that claim for reimbursements must be itemized receipts. And so that it's clear for when the finance department are reviewing those claims, that they can actually see what it's being claimed for. The rest of the amendments are accessibility language and formatting.
So we'll put the motion on the floor and then open it up for discussion or questions. Is there somebody willing to bring forward this motion?
To the chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council amend and readopt Policy 077, Gifts and Hospitality as presented, and hereby gives 7 days' notice of Council's intent to amend and readopt on January 28th, 2025.
Is there a seconder on that motion? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We'll take a brief 10-minute recess and come back and deal with our property tax rebate. We need to go for a run or something. All right, moving down to the finance, I think it's supposed to be department. MODL policy 049, property tax rebate for 2025, 2026. Elena Wenzel again, Director of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you're aware, and some probably are, and your new councillors too, that we do have a property tax rebate program here in the municipality. And it is what we consider one of the ways that council supports low-income homeowners by granting a property tax rebate based on household income. In 24-25, this our current fiscal year, we make significant changes with council had made significant changes to this policy as we increase the household income thresholds and the rebate amounts and actually increase the budget to equal 2 cents, a 2-cent reduction on the general tax rate. That targeted tax relief strategy we thought was the best practice actually in North America because it's getting the rebate distributed to the homeowners who need it most. Property taxes represent about 4% of taxable income for the average homeowner, earning $30,750. That's based on 2024 income tax rates. And in 24-25, the average taxable assessment value per residential dwelling was about $211,000. So a 2-cent rate reduction would have given those homeowners $42 a year to the average homeowner if we had reduced the tax rate. But here, if they were making under our low income threshold, they were getting $650 right off their tax bill. So that really did have really great impacts on our low-income homeowners. I gave you a little table to show that, people receiving a $250 rebate based on the average taxable assessed value for those homeowners who applied would have only received $39 having reduced the tax rate. If they had a $450 rebate, they would have received $36 if we had reduce the tax rate, and at $650 they would have received $31. The tax rate reduction in order to get that kind of rebate into those into those homeowners was between 12 and 41 cents. So it's significant for the lower income households in the municipality. We've done quite a bit of analysis on what's happening with the existing budget and how many rebates we have put out so far this year. This year, we've got well over 1,100 qualifying applicants, and at December 31st, we had spent $522,704 of the $763,000 budget. Based on last year's experience with how many people apply in the January, February, March part of the tax year, we believe that there's room in this existing budget to make adjustments, not only to the income thresholds, but the rebate amounts as well. So the current policy does mandate that the annual the rebates and income thresholds are increased by CPI. When I wrote this report, I thought CPI might be close to 2.5%. I believe it's significantly lower than that. I came out today, I think it's 0.9%. That's my understanding. So regardless of that, so we can make some changes. I did put this in to go into the operating budget for council consideration, so we can certainly make changes if you wanted to, hold it to CPI. That's entirely up to you. So one of the things that we did find out is we were crunching some of the numbers that of those applications that we processed, when we looked at how many dwelling units there were in the municipality, there's over 15,000 dwelling units. That meant 7.5% of homeowners actually got a rebate of some kind. And of those 1,100 rebates, just over 1,000 were processed as a credit on the final tax bill, meaning their final tax bill was reduced for them. So one of the issues that we did encounter is people with lower incomes don't have a lot of money at the best of times. And when the interim tax bill comes out in the end of April, and it's due the end of May, there was some concern by some homeowners that, I know I qualify for the rebate, but I have to pay this interim tax bill. You know, can you do something for me on that? And, well, we could, but council has an interest policy, and the interest policy is that's 10% on overdue taxes. In the MGA, once interest is charged, it forms part of the tax bill. So we aren't really authorized to remove it. But we do believe that, you know, but council could make an adjustment to their own interest policy. And council can make an adjustment to the low-income policy if they thought that interest was a barrier for some of these homeowners. So I also did some number crunching on what interest might be on an overdue average tax bill for the rebate applicants. And according to the averages, there's between $11 and $13 that could have interest. That's how much the interest would be for those 6 months on the interim tax bill for the average homeowner. So I looked at the rebates. I looked at adding 2.5% CPI, which at the time I thought might be a good number. I put in an interest allowance and came up with new rebate amounts. If council's interested in that kind of policy, that's certainly something that we can have amended to the existing low-income policies, the property rebate policy to include interest on that interim tax bill, so those homeowners who are struggling don't have to worry about paying it until their rebate's applied to their bill. I also looked at, so that's one thing, and I looked at the number of households that were getting the rebates and identified that, you know, your current threshold with household income under $28,560, we could have helped 39 more people if that number was 30,000. The next threshold that was to 39,984, if we had moved that up a little bit, up to 45,000, there's another 156 homeowners we could have given another $200 to. So I thought, well, perhaps it's time to tweak those numbers a little bit. So I said, well, why don't we look at it this way? Why don't we move it above? So the lowest threshold would be 30,750. The next threshold would be up to 45,000, and then the final threshold we'd move to 60,000 to try to get, you know, we all know that that this is 60,000 isn't a big income, and it might get us closer to like a median income in the municipality. I did look at the numbers. In the 2021 census, there's 940 households with incomes between 50,000 and 60,000. So the budget could, if they all qualified and they applied, that would look after about 50% of those homeowners. Our experience is that about a third of our homeowners in these income thresholds apply for this program because these households in the census data includes people who rent. We have no way to extrapolate how many of those people own homes versus people who rent. However, our experience is that about a third of the households do apply. So looking at what we've already given to existing applicants and applying the new rates and amounts, it appears to me that we could probably increase the income thresholds, increase the property rebates amounts, add an allowance for interest, and still be within our 24-25 budget of 763.4. So that was kind of my statistical analysis on that, and I'm certainly open to any questions from council. I guess one of the things that I should let you know is how we communicate this information to taxpayers. So anybody who's received the rebate gets mailed an application the following year. And we also give those applications to any organization that might deal with people in a fragile financial situation, be it the United Way, some churches, community groups. We try to get that information out there. We put it on our municipal webpage and our social media accounts, in our newsletters, and on the back of our interim tax bills. So I'm certainly open to any comments or suggestions from council on this.
Thank you for your presentation, and I do see some hands going up. First, we have Councillor Bell.
Thank you. There's one drawback that I see in this program, and I don't think we can get around it, but it irks me when a household is eligible for the provincial government to give them a rebate on their taxes, but we pay it on behalf of the province because they have it set up that you make an application, and when you've exhausted all other avenues, then they will help you. So how do we get around paying the province's share, and just for interest sakes, do we know what that dollar figure is?
Further to the chair, I couldn't tell you exactly which homeowners got a rebate and applied for the provincial program. However, I think I could find that information out for you, certainly, Councillor Bell. The provincial is a seniors rebate, and many of the homeowners that apply for this program are not seniors. So it does only affect the seniors who apply, that's for sure. And you are correct that the province will ask us, oh, I have someone applying for the provincial property tax rebate. How much of a rebate did you already give the property owner? Because, you know, our rebate only follows after yours. So if someone's taxes were $750 and we gave them $650, then they're only going to get $100 from the province. So that is correct. Oh, no, only 50, because they only do 50%. That's correct. Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. Elena, you mentioned the interest that's charged on these accounts, and I would really like us to be able to take a look at it. So I have a resident that this program completely covered the taxes, but the interest was charged. And it you know, you helped us out with it, but it did cause a real issue. So I would like to see us take a look at the interest. I don't know how you're going to do it, but.
Through to Councillor Hubley, we just have to change the policy to say that the interest on the interim tax bill would be covered. That particular homeowner, I believe the interest was $7.
Yeah.
And it did get looked after, that's for sure. But on an average homeowner, it would be more like 13. But certainly, if we change the policy, which I am suggesting that we do,
Yes.
then that would look after that issue for some people who do. You know, like you said, their entire tax bill was covered except for that interest charge. And that's really unfortunate that I didn't have the authority to just let that happen.
If it wasn't for this program, chances are down the road that the people we're talking about will definitely lose their home versus a rebate that would have given him $10. So this rebate, our program is excellent and helps the people that need it the most.
Stories like that definitely make it seem worthwhile that we're going this route, as Councillor Hubley said. Councillor Moore.
I'm just looking here because I print these off at home myself and distribute them to different places. And the ones I printed off last year, I'm pretty sure I scratched out due deadline August 1st, because we take them you'd like to have them by August 1st, but they can put them in year round, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think that the policy was updated to allow for applicants to apply right through March 31st. The deadline to get the credit on your final tax bill is August 1st.
Okay.
So I think perhaps we should just tweak that form.
Yeah.
So it says that,
Yeah.
exactly that. Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Mayor McLean-Weil, and then Councillor Burns.
I want to speak in favor of this. You know, tax rate discussion is always a concern for residents. But I think our responsibility is to, if we're going to look at where we can offer relief, because people always want their taxes to be less, you know, that's a given. But I think our responsibility is to see where we can have the most impact. And Ms. Wenzel, your document provides us with a very excellent reference when we talk to people about why we've done what I hope we're going to build into our budget process and come forward with, as opposed to dropping the tax rate. And in this case, what we're doing is targeting the people who need it the most. And I think that aligns with what we are suggesting as one of our strategic priorities, is looking at quality of life and the affordability issue with that. And yes, it is a small percentage of what households spend, but it is one of the ways that as a municipality we can do something, albeit we may view it as small, but to Councillor Hubley's comment, it is very significant to some people. And I'm much more comfortable with targeting groups within our community that will benefit most from this kind of I'll call it an investment. What does concern me, and I hope that if we continue to do this, that we will really look carefully at what those income levels are, as you did this year, but we're relying on 2021 census data, and that's a bit problematic, as we all know. So I don't know how we'll get better levels of income, but you know, I've looked at some of the numbers too, and this is probably still low. The high end, the 60,000, is probably still in the low category for who could really benefit from this program. But I mean, I respect your work on this and the fact that we have such a detailed analysis, because I think it gives us a much better place to have that discussion when we have budget discussions with the public, which we are going to have. And I think this will be a very good reference. So thank you for this, and I will be supporting this direction.
Councillor Burns?
Thank you. This is why it's always nice to speak after our mayor. She speaks so concisely on things, and it's often easy to agree with her on her points. You know, a big thing that came up, especially my campaign, and then became part of my campaign, was tax policy in general and affordability and implications. And you know, there's lots of conversations we're going to have that have been had before, and they'll be had again. If you want a satirical look at them, you could check out The Simpsons Season 9, Episode 22, Trash of the Titans, or Season 6, I believe, Episode 9, The PTA Disbands. Both have excellent points on tax policy. But I will throw it out there before I get into making those points when we move into the budget discussion. Is one thing that most people that I talk to about this on the doorstep, I would say, you know, we talk about general tax policy and affordability and expenditures at the municipality, and I'd say, but if I had to choose, and I was able to give some targeted tax relief to those who it would make a bigger difference for, or give a general tax relief, the overwhelming majority of people that I talked to said, then choose the people who need it, and I would feel good about that. And so I just wanted that on the record here as the overarching sentiment from my residents. Not that I ignore their general request about our expenditures and affordability, but if I'm forced to choose between the two of them, and in this case, I don't believe at this point I'm forced to choose between the two of them, but I am able to positively choose one of them. So thank you for bringing it forward this way.
Councillor Smith?
Yeah, well, now it's hard to follow a Simpsons reference. Yeah, I really appreciate this policy, and when I saw it, I thought, oh my goodness, you must have been there on the doorstep with me, because there were some moments, you know, on the doorstep where people were like, you know, the rebate is great, but I'm like 1,000, you know, too much. And people really did ask for an improvement in looking at those thresholds and moving them up a little bit. And so I really want to thank you as staff for responding to that. I do have a question about, like, how are we figuring out what those thresholds should be? And while so are you kind of working within the confines of the budget and just seeing how far we can stretch things? Or Or are you looking at rebates in other jurisdictions and what other people are setting as thresholds? I'm just curious how those numbers are come to.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Smith. Last year, when we expanded this program, we did look at we looked at other municipal units. I didn't do a jurisdictional scan for you here. We are by far probably the most generous, give the most amount of rebates with like with a high income threshold. So I didn't do that. What I used last year was I was trying to find something that was measurable. And so I went and looked at any household that could receive the guaranteed income supplement. And that's where my maximum came from. I know that that's not, that GIS isn't available to everyone. However, it was something that was already measured. And so that's kind of where I started with. And you are correct. We did have applications that people were just over. I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I know that because I signed the letters that said, unfortunately, you are over. There might have only been under 5 of people who applied that had over 70,000 as a household income. But the majority that we did reject were, there were just 2,000 or 3,000 over that threshold. And I thought, well, can I move it up? And knowing that how much room we had in the budget, it's like, what would be, so I just started crunching numbers to see, what can we do? And when I saw these, some of these applicants that were just so close, like, the 28,560 to 30,000, like there was 39 of them that could have got $200 more if our threshold had just been up a little bit. So that's where I kind of put it in my mind. Developing this kind of policy, like, to be truthful, like I do some research, I look at what other units are doing, and then I look at what our demographics are and what our statistics are and what I think is affordable for us. So it just kind of worked out that when I started pulling the thresholds together and I looked at, increasing the rate and the census, because that's all I really have, it's like, I think the existing budget will probably cover this. Like, this is fabulous. Like, so yes, I mean, it's kind of, I feel like you're kind of massaging it a little bit, but that's where I started. I did start with a GIS threshold last year. That's where I started.
Councillor Oikle, and then we'll put the motion on the floor.
Through you to Elena, thank you so much for doing the initiative to do this, right? Because it would have been something that I know we would probably have brought up again to have it raised. And so this is all pre-done. We don't need to worry about it through our budget. And and I'm really glad to see that council is in support of it. So thank you very much for taking that initiative.
Is there somebody willing to put this motion on the floor? Councillor Burns.
Thank you. To the chair and members of the Policy and Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy and Strategy Committee recommends to Council that the Municipal Council include the changes to the property tax rebate in the 2025-2026 draft operating budget for Council consideration. Households with income under $30,750, a maximum rebate of up to $680. Households with income between $30,751 to $45,000, a maximum rebate of up to $475. Households with an income between $45,001 to $60,000, a maximum rebate of up to $270.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder? Councillor Bell, discussion on the motion. Councillor Oikle.
Nowheres in this motion is mentioned the taxes. So do we need to do a separate motion for that interest?
through your worship to Councillor Oikel, that will come in a policy update that I'm going to bring to you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Move on to the vote. Oh, we do have one more question. Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you. And I echo a lot of the sentiments around about being very appreciative that you've done this work. It's very easy to take it to residents and explain where the decision came from, whatever that may be. But I was wondering when I was reading through this if there was any consideration of the size of households. Because I know, a family making $60,000 for a family of 4 is much different than a single person making that amount of money.
Through to Councillor Reinhardt, no, there was not. The policy doesn't speak to that. It could certainly speak to that, but the policy does not. It's certainly not, it's something we could entertain. I wouldn't have a problem with that. It just makes it a little bit, just more complicated on the affidavit. That's all.
Yeah, I don't see any more hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Moving down to the Recreation Department, item 9.3.1, the South Shore Pickleball Club request, and we have our Director of Parks, Recreation and Tourism, Trudy Payne.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Maybe we have to engage ourselves in some pickleball to reinvigorate ourselves this afternoon. Yes, so I'm here to respond to a presentation that was made December 10th by the South Shore Pickleball Club in 2004. They made a presentation to council, and I'm bringing forth that staff report with a recommendation. So when Mr. Ullman came in on December 10th, he made a presentation. He outlined to council what pickleball was, why it has become so popular, the benefits of pickleball, and why they felt there's a need for courts in the area. Part of the presentation included a proposed site for 6 outdoor courts. The site that they presented at that council meeting is lands that do form part of the municipal activity and recreation complex, better known as the Mark, and that's located on Larry Fraser Road in Dayspring, which I did attach a map for those that might not be familiar. The request that was made for council to consider was to enter into a management agreement with the club, which would enable them to build and maintain the courts on municipal properties. So I did put a definition of what a management agreement is, and this is the definition that's outlined in our Parks and Open Space Standards and Guidelines, which is really refers to a legal agreement between the municipality and the association for the development, maintenance, and operations of municipally owned land. We do have a number of management agreements in place with a number of groups, so this would not be new ground that we're breaking with this particular group if council decided to go in that direction. The other request that they made during their presentation was for council to allocate the funds or some of the funds that are currently set in the municipal reserves, which is $800,000, towards the development of pickleball courts. So just to give council a little bit of background before I get into my recommendation, is that this is not the first time that pickleball has been discussed at this council chambers. December was not the first time in 2024. This has been ongoing since 2021, when the first presentation was made by the same pickleball club at a policy and strategy committee meeting on April the 20th, 2021. And then move forward to the municipal council budget in 22-23, where there was $500,000 was approved in the capital budget for an active living park to be constructed in Osprey Village, which is what surrounds us, with pickleball courts to be constructed in phase 1. So there was other recreational infrastructure that was looked at in that active living park. So phase 1 was to include 6 outdoor regulation-sized pickleball courts with lighting approved for tournament play and an accessible washroom. And the courts would be available for use by the public. There was funds allocated in that 5-year capital plan coming from various funding sources. So in the essence of time, I won't go through that because that's in the report. In 2023-24, the capital budget went to $1,140,000 over the 5-year capital plan for the Active Living Park, with the intent of constructing the 6 pickleball courts first, and then the other amenities would be determined through community consultation. And again, I just outlined in the report where some of the funding was to come from. $800,000 was specifically allocated to construct the courts in Osprey Village, and our engineering team did work with designers to look at developing the engineered plans and the design for the pickleball courts. However, during all that process, the province expressed interest in the land, and at the end of the day, they did acquire the property. So that has left the municipality with looking at a new location. So council did take into consideration a number of possibilities, and at their July 25th, 2023 council meeting, they made a motion to construct the pickleball courts in Centre, which is near the former Centre School, which would have been, for those of you that are familiar with the area, the former jail site at Centre. However, when the tender packages went out, the tenders were significantly higher than the $800,000 that was budgeted, and so council made the decision at that time not to proceed with pickleball courts. So in a press release that was issued on March the 13th, 2024, the mayor at the time made the following statement: "We'll be meeting with representatives of the pickleball community to explore options and funding partners that would enable us to move forward with an outdoor pickleball facility in the municipality, and we'll be recommending that an $800,000 operating reserve be set up so that funds are available for the project when needed." So council did make the decision at the time to put the $800,000 into an operating reserve for pickleball courts. The mayor, myself, and the CAO did meet with the South Shore Pickleball Club, and they had agreed that they would spearhead the project because it had been, they felt that there would be better results for funding opportunities and things of that nature as well. So hence why the pickleball club came and made a presentation on December the 10th. They went back with the task of looking at possible sites for the pickleball courts. They looked at a number of possibilities, and they came to the conclusion that the site that's outlined on the map that was provided in the staff report, the location at the Mark was the best site. Now so that gives a little bit of background. So the discussion before policy and strategy and council will be, number one, whether to enter into a management agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Club that could possibly see the property at the Mark developed into 6 pickleball courts. And that discussion would also need to include how much, if any, of the pickleball reserves would be available to them to construct these to construct these courts. So just a little bit further back information as well is the property identified by the club is also used by the Lunenburg County Mountain Bike Club, who do have a management agreement with the municipality to build, maintain, and operate a number of mountain bike trails at the Mark. The property identified by the Pickleball Club does currently provide the Mountain Bike Club access when they're doing work. So when big trucks have to come in and unload gravel or whatever else that they're needing to upgrade the trails, they need to have access. This has been mentioned to the South Shore Pickleball Club, so they're well aware of that, and I don't think it would pose as an issue. It's just I want to make council aware that this is also provides an access for this particular group that we currently do have an agreement with. I tried to think of the pros and the cons of entering into a management agreement. The advantage to the municipality would be if the club constructed and managed the courts is that it wouldn't take as significant staff resources to manage the project and then to own and operate the courts. This would be work that would be done by volunteers in the club. Depending on the decision made by council, it could possibly cost the municipality less than $800,000, which is in the reserves to construct. I know part of the conversation, I went back and listened to the presentation and some of the council's questions, and the club had alluded that they would be more than willing to go out and fundraise and apply for funding, besides the $10,000 that they had allocated to the pickleball courts. The risk that the municipality would have in entering into a management agreement with the club is if they ever decided that they no longer wanted to manage the courts and they decided to withdraw from the management agreement, the courts would be essentially the municipality's facility because they are on the municipal property. One of the questions that was raised, which could possibly be built into the management agreement, is if they ever came to decommission the courts, that would be the responsibility of the club. However, one of the cautions or the risks that I would, and I'm just trying to give you all the possibilities, is that if a group was withdrawing, they probably would not be in a position to decommission the courts. So that still could fall to the municipality. In saying all that, we've had some very positive management agreements, so I don't want to sound like this is possibly a negative way to go. But I just want to make you aware of the risk. And one of the presenter did indicate in the presentation that the courts, if they managed the courts, they felt that the club would be self-sufficient, that they wouldn't need to come back to the municipality, and they would raise monies through charging membership fees. But I think the big point that they made at that presentation was that they could get significant funding through hosting tournaments. That was one of their big ways. It would be membership-based, but they also indicated that it could be built in a management agreement, that if they want to have public days, they would be open to that as well. And they also had indicated that their membership fees would not be, so large that most people couldn't afford to participate. I also did include in the report that we also do have programs like Pro Kids and Pro Funds if people couldn't afford. And I know that even through that Pro Funds, we have funded adults to participate in pickleball elsewhere in the municipality. So those are some other options as well. So I know that one of the other questions that was raised was how much this is going to cost. Unfortunately, at the time of writing this report, I did not have a quote. I still don't have a quote. During the break, although I did go check my voicemail, and I understand that the quote is coming tomorrow, so I'd have a better estimate at that time of how much the cost would be. So unfortunately, I can't provide you that information. The question was also posed of what would the future capital cost would be, and the presenter indicated that they may need to resurface the courts once every 10 years, and again, he reiterated that holding a few tournaments would help raise the funds required to look after that. I'm just trying to go. So the recommendation that I'm bringing forth today, just simply because we don't have the estimate on the courts, the recommendation would be to seek direction from council to give staff the approval to go ahead and draft a management agreement that would outline what the do's and the don'ts are for both the municipality and for the pickleball club. And of course, all of those agreements are brought back to council, so nothing would get signed without council's final approval. As I indicated earlier, this is not the first conversation around pickleball courts. This has been a conversation that's been had around council tables and across the municipality since 2021. And the municipality was originally going to be the ones that would move forward in constructing the pickleball courts. I had also outlined a number of alternatives besides the recommendation if council decided not to accept the recommendation of staff. And the alternatives are to not enter into a management agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Club and also not provide them any kind of funding. So that is an alternative. It is an option. The other option is to ask the club to look for other locations before making a decision around the mark. To enter into a management agreement but not provide any funding at all, or to provide a level of funding but not enter into a management agreement, which would essentially mean they would have to look for another location. The other option is for the municipality to construct, own, and manage MO Dale's own outdoor pickleball court. And this would involve the municipality determining the location, developing designs and engineered plans for the site, issuing a tender, awarding a tender, and managing the tender. Once constructed, it would require staff resources to manage. And of course, I'm just realizing as I'm talking out loud, the other option is not to invest in any types of pickleball courts, whether we own them or not. So I apologize for not putting that, that particular alternative in there. But in conclusion, establishing pickleball courts, as I said, has been ongoing conversation around this table. The first selection of site was Osprey, the second was Center. We now have a nonprofit group that is willing to spearhead the project, willing to manage, develop, and operate, that would be available to residents through membership and access through public days. So it's my recommendation, staff's recommendation, to consider entering into that management agreement. The other recommendation is not to make a decision around any funding until you know what the estimated cost would be. That would be a discussion for another day. I know you're all tired, so I'll stop talking.
Thank you so much, Ms. Payne. We have Councilors Moore and then Bell.
Thank you. When we passed our budget last year, the $800,000 was a placeholder. It was a placeholder that was an amount put in for pickleball, but it was not a post-dated signed check. It was a blank check with no signature. And that's what a placeholder is. And that's the only reason I agreed. I could have voted against the whole budget last year, but I did not want to vote against all the good stuff just because of this, because I knew this was not etched in stone. I'm not totally opposed to the pickleball court. I know that people like pickleball. I've never played it. They like pickleball. I know that they have sessions in New Germany High School. And so I'm not totally against it. What I want to see is this management agreement. I want to see it before I attach any dollars to it. I want to see that they have $10,000. I want to see that they fundraise. They fundraise, and maybe we match what they fundraise up to $250,000. I don't know. But all I know is that I will never vote in favor of $800,000 for a pickleball court. And with the management agreement, do we get to see their finances of what they take in and spend out and all that kind of stuff?
It's built in, I mean, we build that into the management,
Yeah.
sorry if I can speak. That is a typical clause that we have built in all of our management agreements, that we have the ability to access financials and to take a look at that.
Okay, perfect. If this goes through, that we look at the management agreement, staff brings it back, it's something that we have to approve, but I will not vote for a management agreement today that has any kind of funding attached to it until I see the quote or hear what the quote is. And then there's going to be strict stipulations on my part, not saying that I'm going to have the final say, because council has the final say, but I know how I feel and how I feel for all my residents. Thank you.
Councilor Bell.
Thank you. The topic of a pickleball court facility has been ongoing. It's not new. It shouldn't surprise anybody. In fact, it's encouraging by the presentations that we've had here. To me, this mirrors the South Shore Field House project when it came here, and there was dollar figures thrown around. And then a private group demonstrated by their own efforts and work and lobbying of government at other levels, came back with a plan that cost us far less than if we would have did it on our own. I'm satisfied that there are a number of individuals of sufficient number to justify our attention and action on this matter. While many are aware there is a reserve fund set aside, or whatever name you want to give it, and right now it is a reserve fund. It hasn't been committed. I don't see this just as passing the funds over to a community interest group or holding or reallocating the fund to something else. What I do see is our chance to have staff with a variety of professional backgrounds prepare a management agreement in conversations with the social pickleball group. This process will bring out a lot of options and a lot of facts in order for councillors to decide on how we progress or move ahead with this facility if we so choose to do so. I do think it is important that we suggest we are willing to move ahead with the South Shore Pickleball Group and see if that group is willing to demonstrate their commitment to the project like the South Shore Fieldhouse Group did. So I suggest that we task staff with this 5-year plan, as the recommendation is, with details. If the South Shore Pickleball Group feel they can provide this project under or at budget and do a lot of legwork to possibly secure both federal and provincial funds or private donations or their own private funds through their fundraising or pledges, then we make it happen and we do it together as a project between the community and ourselves. We make it happen, like the field house. In short, I want to support the recommendation 9.3.1. I also support the location of the mark. I think it complements the fact that we have so much there in recreation already, and I'm quite sure that the South Shore Mountain Bike Group will be able to have their interests protected for access to their routes, working with the South Shore Pickleball Group. If we do this right, it's a win-win situation. And I don't want to keep pushing this down the road. I don't want to deny them. There are funds that are sitting there, but let them demonstrate to us how they can most effectively use them. And if they can come back under budget or at that amount, they're going to get my support.
Mayor McLean-Weil.
Well, Councillor Bell said it very well. I think that we need the management agreement to really assess what level we are prepared to be involved in this. And I think we should regard this as an amenity we're adding to our parks and recreation facilities. There are, and I think Jared Ullman outlined it very well in terms of the growth of this sport, the number of people, the accessibility it has for people. There are now professional pickleball players in the United States that make more than professional basketball players. So I think we shouldn't underestimate how much appeal this has to the public. There are now, I think, 35 courts across Nova Scotia. Right here, Vogler's Cove, with a small group of people, put together a pickleball court. I think someone has mentioned New Germany. This will become, and it's nice that the recommendation is to look at the mark because it is central to the entire district in many ways and already has a base of activity going on there. I think the management agreement is really critical because it should outline their cost estimate, their expectation for funding, both from us, from the province, from the federal government, and from private fundraising activities. It should outline the public access and how that's going to be accommodated within their membership and within their operation. And finally, and it's to a point that was raised in one of our earlier conversations, we never want to think about this, but I think it is an important point, is the decommissioning, if that should happen, or I think that's an important piece, and the disposition of the assets that might relate to the abolition of the organization or whatever. And that's just a long-term strategy that should be built into the agreement. So until we have that agreement, I don't think we're in a really good spot yet to make a final decision. I don't want to see us kick it down the road anymore or bat the ball down the court. I want to see us either we're going to do this and support the community group that wants to do this, or we take it off our agenda. I don't feel that the expenditure of $800,000 is probably necessary. I think I would have personal difficulty supporting that level of investment, but I don't know that yet until I see a full plan. So that's what I'm supporting, the management agreement.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. I support the recommendation and the location. And I think there was a question around the table about the dedication from these people. I have a letter that was forwarded to all of us from Tina Robichaud-Bond on December 12th or the 17th. And in this, you'll see that Jared and Wayne Ullman, if council believes it's essential for us to pursue fundraising and grant applications, we are willing to engage in that process. Yeah, the dedication is there. I think it's great for our economy, and I look forward to seeing a management agreement.
Councillor Smith, then Brooks, then Burns, then Oikle. Councillor Smith.
I've only been to one pickleball presentation, and I know there have been many, and there's been a lot of discussion. But when I brought pickleball over the holidays, someone said, "Whoa, have you heard about all the noise complaints in Halifax?" So I just wonder if that's come up in previous discussions, and if that's going to be part of, an exploration of a management agreement. Like, I'm looking at the map. I wish that I had actually gone and looked at the site, but I hope that, well, I would ask that some measuring of noise be part of the management agreement discussions, so that we're not putting this too close to homes where we might get complaints.
I am aware that there are some residents that do live, whether they're close enough. It's quite a treed-in area. You probably wouldn't even know that piece of property was there if you didn't see the driveway. So that definitely has come up, though, in presentations, and questions have been asked around that.
Councillor Brooks.
I guess I'm going to reiterate a little bit what I said to the gentleman who came and gave the presentation, which is, growing up in Truro, I played Little League hockey and I played tennis. Never once did we not fundraise for those sports as the individuals who were playing those sports, and we fundraised hard. And so, just to recap, since 2021, they've used staff resources and staff engineers, tax dollars, to develop their plan. In 3 years, they've returned here a number of times. They felt like they had a commitment for $850,000 from the previous mayor, and they've got a total of $10,000 in their bank account. I will not be supporting this. As I said to the gentleman who is here, you come back once we get the total, you come back and tell me that you've got half of this, and we can discuss land, or we can discuss dollar matching. But, wonderful that they came in here. Wonderful that we hear the word pickleball every 2 hours. The reality is that the squeaky wheel doesn't necessarily mean there are a lot of people in the car. So there's certainly squeaking, but you want to show me your membership, go out and fundraise. Go out and show me the actual dollars of the people who are interested. Otherwise, we're on the hook as the municipality saying, no, we have confidence in this. Confidence for taxpayers is cash in the bank. If they can raise it, we can do a dance with them. If they can't raise it, I don't think we should entertain this one tiny bit, and it won't have my support.
Councillor Burns. Oh, Trudy, do you have a comment you want to make?
And maybe Mr. McEwen and Mr. Demerick can fill in some of the background, because I wasn't here when this was initially spoke of. But I think that the municipality made the conscious decision that they were going to build and construct the pickleball courts. And so the initial one was Osprey Village, and then it was at Sensor. So I just want to back up a little bit that it was the initiative of the municipality, because the costs were too when we went out to tender, it was significantly over the 800,000. So then that caused everybody to stop and pause and say, how can we move this forward? And that is when the Pickleball Club, after the conversation that we had with them, said, look, as a nonprofit, we want this, we'll move ahead. So I just wanted to clarify that it was us that was doing the initiative as a municipality, and now it's them that's taking that initiative on, and they're asking us to partner. And one of those ways to partner is to utilize the MARC through a management agreement and to possibly look at funding. I believe when they came in and spoke and was asked the question of whether they'd be willing to fundraise and seek grants and things of that nature, they indicated that they would. The reason why they put pause, and I don't think I'm saying anything out of line if I go listen to the tape, I think Mr. Newman said that they were, because the municipality was taking the initiative, they didn't have to fundraise, continue the fundraising, and they can contribute the money that they had fundraised towards the courts that the municipality was going to construct. So I just wanted to clarify how this is all unfolded, and now how we're back to possibly the Pickleball Club spearheading the project. Am I accurate in that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to rehash, and some of it is in the report that was filed, the Pickleball Association initially made a presentation to the LCLC to see if the LCLC was interested in having it in that location. And at that point, it was unclear whether the LCLC had the land available or had the financial ability to put it in. And then it moved to Municipality District of Lunenburg, and we looked at it as a potential active living project. So pickleball was one aspect of a larger park that would have gone across the road next to the French school. As we moved along that proposal, we got to the point of designing at the high level what it would look like and taking down all the trees in anticipation of actually starting the build. Then the province stepped in and said they actually, after a long delay, they said they want that land for the French school. And so council made the decision to make that land available to the French school, reasoning that the expansion of the French school is a higher priority than a pickleball court. And then we started looking at other alternative sites, and we ended up, as Teresa indicated, at the center school site, which is owned by us and next to soccer fields. And we didn't have any plans for that land. The challenge then became, we did a lot of work in the design, worked with the pickleball group to make sure that the design was appropriate, but we went out to tender, and the tenders came back at $1.4 and $1.8 million. So a project that started at $250,000 had jumped up to 1.8 if Dexter was going to do the work. And at that point, we stepped back and said, the pickleball court associations in Nova Scotia have a much better track record at getting reasonably costed builds than municipalities. Once we put the tender out, the prices just go way up. And we looked at some areas like River John, where they were very successful in getting a municipality to support the introduction of a pickleball court at a very reasonable cost. So then we approached the Pickleball Association and had a discussion about them leading the site selection, and they moved forward with that. And they picked a site that they liked. Then we looked at having them move forward with the cost, because the company that they're working with wouldn't even bid on our tender. They chose not to, because the tender document, they knew was going to be so expensive because of the requirements that were in it, and so they passed. So this is the company that I understand that they're approaching and waiting for a quote for. We haven't seen the quote, so we don't know how it compares to the price we have. But up until recently, there was very little expectation on the Pickleball Association to put money in because it was a completely municipal project. I think that they had indicated they might have $20,000 way back when. And that, I think, came out of maybe one or two tournaments that they had. Part of the economic piece that we looked at was the success that the Truro region had in hosting large-scale pickleball tournaments. So actually, it was our Pickleball Association hosted a tournament in Truro. And Truro saw the economic benefit of hundreds of pickleball players showing up and playing pickleball in a tournament run by the South Shore Pickleball Association. So that was part of the impetus in trying to find something where they could play here, outside, in a larger scale. And so it's at no fault of their own that they didn't proceed with any kind of fundraising, because up until recently, when we switched the model, which is I think this spring or summer of '24, the expectation was that we would build it and we would operate it, and they would use it. So we've gone through a number of different models on how this would move forward. So that what we have now, and I think a lot of the discussion included some good points about what could go in a management agreement, is how we can set about, if council's interested, to setting up a management agreement to get maximum benefit for our residents at the lowest cost. And whether the Pickleball Association is in a position to get provincial or federal funding for what would be a municipally owned asset, I'm not sure. I don't know what that might look like, but we can certainly explore that. If I could wave a magic wand and have something in place, I would love for this to be there for the 55-plus games, which we are hosting. And pickleball is a sport that's in it. But that may be too ambitious because it has taken us a while to get there, and it would have to be in place before September. So I think that puts a little more context, because this is, not that it's been kicked around, but paddled around for 3 or 4 years. So that's how we got to the point that we are today.
I have Councillor Burns and Oikle next.
Thank you very much. And Trudy, I just had 2 questions, and they're more about this space and your favorite councillor on community engagement here. I saw some similarities here between the good intentions when Pine Grove Park was sort of started up and what's going on here, both in like the physical location with a community with some homes, probably some more homes to be built there in the future, and a space that you largely wouldn't know was there amongst the trees unless you were specifically going to it. And I don't really require an answer on this now, but it's more of a question for council as well as for a decision making, is what level of community engagement would we need before we place this type of facility there. And I think in general, I would hope that as we start to put things around the municipality or take them away, we would engage a little bit more with the local community. So the point and slash question is, would we be doing that? And I truly don't need an answer on that today, because I know it will come as part of the future discussion. But my question was more, if we say yes, go put your limited time and resources into drafting this management agreement, and then something comes up that it needs to be a slightly different space than this, most of the management agreement would still be a step forward for making this happen, because it would be applicable to different spaces, correct? There'd be some things that would change, but overall, like most of the time you'd spend on this could be transferred if it was a slightly different location?
If it was a different location owned by the municipality, because this is an agreement that would see the pickleball club managing the pickleball facilities on property owned by MODL.
Okay.
So if they chose another site that wasn't municipally owned, then
of course,
then the management agreement would be, yeah.
But if we did find them a better site than this, if this turns out to be a problem of site, not intention, we're not wasting your time with this.
No, I don't think so, just because even just going through the process of the management agreement, you're building relationships with the community group, and you're talking about how to move forward with this project, so.
Councillor Oikle.
Thank you. I'm in total support of this project. My only concern is that something needs to be in that management agreement, because it is municipal land and it will be municipal money, taxpayers' money, that residents of all ages would be able to use the court through either through programming with our recreation department or with the pickleball court, the Pickleball Association, at a reasonable or even free cost, because we are using taxpayers' money.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. One, going back to what the CAO was saying about the LC, is that not an option anymore, or?
So during the, if I may, Chair, during the process, council made it clear that with MODL funding, the pickleball courts would go in MODL. And so discussions with the LCLC or with the town of Bridgewater weren't explored other than at a very high level. That's not to say that it couldn't be re-examined. My recollection is that the Pickleball Court Association also indicated some challenges with respect to the areas at the LCLC that might be available. But as I sit here right now, I can't remember exactly what those were. So there was some initial level of discussion, but not to any great detail.
Before going to the mayor for final comment, before putting the motion on the floor, I just have a few comments I'll say. One of the disadvantages of going last is that most of what I was going to say was already spoken about. I had concerns around public consultation, as Councillor Smith brought up, about neighbors, making sure that that's looked at with noise. And I did put this out to my residents on social media and email, honestly expecting more negativity than positive remarks, and I got the opposite. Everybody said when, where, how can I sign up, and where can I take lessons? I received one negative comment out of 34 responses, and therefore will taking that in consideration as we move forward. But it sounds like in order to even make that next step, we're still not agreeing, but to make that next step, we have to see what that management agreement looks like, is what I'm hearing. Mayor McLean-Weil for final remarks.
To Councillor Brooks's concern around the fundraising, I think that part of that management agreement recognizes that our funding could potentially be contingent on funding from other sources as a way to recognize, and I agree with you. I think there needs to be, and that was what Councillor Bell was getting at when he addressed the HB Studio, and their initiative was, they got private money, they found money from various sources. So I think these are all the elements, and I get what you're saying, and I think that needs to be built into the agreement, but, yeah.
See Councillor Moore with their hand up. Would you like to put this motion on? No.
Yes, I think that's what I was trying to get at too. The same as what Councillor Bell said, that Elspeth said. But sometimes, like I said, what's in my head always doesn't come out of my mouth the right way. And, but yes, the fundraising is going to be the big part of this, whether or not we put any municipal dollars into this. And also, it will have the decommissioning part in it also, correct?
I have taken notes based on what everybody has said, and I just reiterate that the motion would be given direction to staff to draft a management agreement, and that it would come back to council. So if I bring it back and it doesn't have all the Ts crossed and all the Is dotted, then you would tell me to take it back and do that, and then I'd bring it back for further discussion.
Thank
So, yeah, it won't, it's not a done deal if you give me the direction, it has to come back here.
I am going to suggest we put the motion on the floor. Councillor Bell, were you putting your hand up to do that? If not, please do.
Thank you. To the chair and members of the Policy Strategy Committee, I move that the Policy Strategy Committee recommends to Council that Municipal Council authorize staff to draft a 5-year management agreement with the South Shore Pickleball Court for establishing 6 outdoor pickleball courts on PID number 604-13234, part of the Municipal Recreation Activity Complex, and further, that the agreement be brought back to council for final approval. I so move.
Do we have a seconder on that motion? Councillor Hupeley. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Moore.
One thing I did forget to mention is what I'd like to see in that draft management agreement is an off-ramp. An off-ramp. I don't mean an off-ramp like in they're jumping four-wheelers or anything. I mean, we're looking at a 5-year agreement, okay? Signing something for 5 years, you're signing something for 5 years. We don't know what's going to happen. I want to see somewheres in there that within the first year of construction, if things aren't going right, I would like to see an option for the municipality to have an off-ramp, because this is the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, so again, usually, typically, in our management agreements, we do have a termination clause, and it outlines like when the municipality could terminate in the notice period, and the same with the nonprofit group. Again, I'll just go back to the risk. Once you enter into a management agreement, once the courts are developed and say in year 3, they walk away, I mean, that even though you have that termination clause, there is the risk. And I always raise that, not just with this management agreement, I've raised it with every management agreement that we look at entering into. We have clauses in there if they don't have appropriate insurance, if they don't. So that's just the risk you're taking. But in saying that, I don't want to leave with a negative flavor. I mean, the United Communities Marine Park was, I think, the very first management agreement that this municipality ever entered into. And we still have that management agreement going to G'day. They're operating a wharf, which is a very expensive piece of infrastructure. So, I mean, I think we've had more positive experiences entering into management agreement with community groups. I always go back to the motto, in the community, for the community, by the community. I strongly believe that these management agreements do speak to that. We often say we can't do it by ourselves. And here's an example of us not having to do it by ourselves. We're trying to engage the community and have them, as Councillor Bell has said, to demonstrate that, for lack of better words, some skin into the game, that they're going to fundraise, they're going to get grants, that everybody's playing their role. And so, but I just raised the risk because it always is a risk.
Councillor Brooks.
This motion today actually almost feels a little premature in that the biggest number that we're looking for is this construction cost, which we're getting maybe tomorrow or the next day. So it feels like we're not even dealing with the full data set here to make a decision, and that concerns me a little bit. Like I said, if that data comes back and we've got a number, and then we can go back to them and say, listen, you folks say you're willing to fundraise and prove your membership is strong, go for it. And we'll be here. What I don't like about this process is the folks came in, we spoke to them, and then they pushed it back to us, and we're feeling under the gun like we need to act. Well, I think we spoke quite clearly to the gentleman when he was here that fundraising was going to need to be part of his thing. So he's pushed it back to us. We're feeling under the pressure to do it. I don't think we need to feel pressured to jump and do this. I think we need to follow through the process, find out what the cost is going to be, and entertain the idea of a management agreement once we know they've proved their salt. Just because they've got a lovely little presentation means nothing to me. I frankly don't care about that. I want to see, now if the community speaks up and says, damn right we want pickleball courts, I'll sign off on it that day, then and there. But until I hear that, this is speculative. So I'm not prepared to even talk about a management agreement until we have some costs up front. It seems wrong.
I just wanted to say the reason why the staff report was brought forth today is because I believe the statement was made that we would be discussing this at this particular meeting. So the direction that I received was you bring a staff report, and I did try to get the numbers. This is policy and strategy. I will likely have the numbers tomorrow, which I can bring to the council meeting. But this is simply to start the initiation of a management agreement. This is strictly my opinion. This will deliver some type of messaging to the group that there is interest in some type of partnership with the pickleball group, if they are looking at fundraising or if they are looking at grants. And I can tell you the big one with the province, the deadline is February the 14th. They would need to demonstrate that the municipality is somehow partnering, and that management agreement will send that message. And, simply in the management agreement, you can say, if you don't secure the funds, there's no management agreement moving forward. You can set parameters. So this is really just to get, no pun intended, the ball into the next court so that we can start the process and line the ducks up that need to be lined up in order for the group to move forward and in order for them to, do the fundraising, do the grants, and to, I just think this is the first step, and I do think that this just be my recommendation. I think we could start that process without necessarily understanding the cost, because the cost could come and they might say, we don't want to do it, we can't even proceed. That's just my thoughts.
Councillor Moore.
I was thinking this was council. This is policy strategy, so in 1 week's time, this conversation will continue, and at that point, that may be our off-ramp. I don't know, so thank you.
I don't see any other speakers. We do have a motion on the floor that's been first and seconded, so I will call for that vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Brooks. Motion carried. Okay. There is no mayors, deputy mayors, councillor matters, no added items, no in camera, which brings us to our adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Lots of hands. Councillor Burns, seconded by Councillor DeLong. All those in favor? Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you so much.